bin also, ja klar bin ich Feind, weil ich es nämlich geschafft habe. Aus der Hausmeisterrolle raus. Ich bin Eintracht nicht hier los. Versteht ihr? Ich bin Eintracht nicht hier los. Das holt uns nicht hier raus. Eintracht, ihr. Aber jetzt kann ich dafür sorgen, dass ihr es auch erkennt und dass wir alle gemeinsam Narbe rauskriegen. Wenn der sportliche Erfolg ausbleibt, und dafür kann ich ja jetzt höchstpersönlich sorgen, dann ist die Position des Präsidenten ganz schön kritisch, ne? Und ich weiß ja jetzt auch, wie Eintracht spielt. Ne? Ich weiß ja ganz genau, was die können und was nicht. Die sind leider sehr krass. Und wir nicht. Aber ich weiß auch, wie man die kriegt. Ne? Ich habe schon mal, ich glaube, Prime mit Corona infiziert. Glaubt denn der Präsident, dass ich das nicht ein zweites Mal hinkriege? Da kriege ich auch ein zweites Mal hin. Der Kevin lässt mich doch rein. Oh, positiver Corona-Test. Zack, erstmal bei der Eintracht vorbeischauen. Na, Jungs, was geht? So. Ich plane schon mal, Kevin. Ich plane. Folgendermaßen laufen. Tolkien wird versuchen, noch mit mir zu reden, aber ich werde so langsam den Geist aufgeben und mich dann schön von ihm nach Hause bringen lassen. Und dann werde ich schlafen.
Talk about Liz Truss, who is now resigning as the UK Prime Minister after 44 days. This is a world record. She will also be making 115k quid a year for the rest of her life because England is not a real country, nor is it a real place. Let's take a look at what's going on.
Begin with breaking news from Britain, one of America's closest allies, where the still new prime minister announced just a short time ago that she will step down after an uproar in Parliament and an uproar in her own party. Liz Truss, she took over from Boris Johnson just in early September. She will now be replaced in a new leadership election. The upheaval threatens to undermine Britain's pivotal role in the global economy, not to mention NATO. And our Remy Inocencio has made his way to 10 Downing Street. That's the Prime Minister's headquarters in London. Remy, good morning. Quite a whirlwind.
That's right.
Yes,
Liz
it
Truss
is
now the UK's
a whirlwind.
shortest-serving prime minister, following months of political chaos and growing uncertainty. She will remain in office as a lame duck premier here at 10 Downing Street until a successor is named. Her resignation was widely rumored, but this announcement still came as a shock.
Given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party.
What mandate, bro? She tried to do Thatcherite shit and got fucking absolutely cumstered in the middle of this, like, inflationary period. There's instability in the country. She came in after even Boris Johnson, who was our wonderful best boy, Boris, all right. Even after Boris tried his darndest to save the UK, to save England, and failed. She came in and tried to do Boris's legacy, and immediately tried to do tax cuts on the wealthy during an energy crisis.
I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of
She also killed the Queen, so there's that.
Leader for just 6.
It's wild that she literally came in, killed the Queen, tanked the UK economy, and dipped out. Like I said on the Leftovers episode, which many of you have not actually been able to fucking see because it was taken down, I'll be real with you. I'm going to repeat some of those jokes there. Liz Truss is a radical Marxist fifth column agent, okay? She intercepted the Tory party. Knew that, like, it would have been infinitely harder to, take over England through the Labour Party side. Took over from the Tory party, killed the Queen, tanked the UK economy, and then fucking peaced out. Okay? And she did it for Ireland. I'll say it at the top of the fucking hour. She did it for Ireland, ladies and gentlemen.
40 days in power, Truss has hit the lowest approval rating of any Prime Minister since polling began, gifted Labour a steady 30-point lead over the Conservatives, and
with a wet napkin, a wet noodle in charge of the Labour Party, too. Remember, Keir Starmer absolutely fucking sucks. So that's how bad Liz Truss was. And I'll be honest, England deserved this, okay? The UK, you deserved it. Not many of you in the UK will disagree with what I'm saying here, but it's almost identical to the American story of Bernie Sanders. You had a wonderful person who was genuine, who was a decent human being, who had too big of a moral compass. Sure, there were some flubs within his campaign within the Labour Party, and I'm, of course, talking about Jezza, okay? The Corbyn himself, the man, the myth, the legend. He was incredible. He was wonderful, and he was too good for this, too good for the UK. And they fucking ousted him. They destroyed him. They destroyed his reputation, and then and then basically put Keir Starmer in a position of power. Keir Starmer is a neoliberal Labour representative. Check out top of the hour bot, 929 out of 10. Let's fucking go, dude. ASAP WAP, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well, by the way. So now here's the situation at hand.
apparently single-handedly crashed the UK economy. The UK's borrowing costs, which used to be among the lowest in the G7, have spiked to historic highs, forcing a desperate intervention by the Bank of England. And the UK all of a sudden looks worryingly vulnerable to a full-on financial crisis. Now, that's a lot to understand, and we've seen people in the comments, especially from outside the UK, asking how this has all happened, how it went wrong so quickly. So in this video, we're going to try our best to explain how all of this happened. How in literally the space of a month, Truss has turned the UK from a low-growth but stable economy into the basket case it's apparently become.
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you how I will.
We're going to start this story with the Conservative leadership election to replace Boris Johnson, which began in mid-July.
I'll tell you why I will.
Conservative MPs had narrowed down the field of candidates to just two. Then Chancellor Rishi Sunak, an old-school fiscal conservative who essentially represented the moderate wing of the party, and the then Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, an avowed libertarian who made her name among the Tory membership by taking conspicuously hawkish positions on all things Brexit. Now, it's worth noting that during this time, Truss wasn't particularly popular with either the general public or Conservative MPs. As for
most successful libertarian, I know. I mean, oh, boo-hoo, right. Fucking Liz Truss, man. Also, here's another classic Catholic Brandon. Dark Brandon Rises meme. Excellent work, Agent Truss. The Queen is dead, the British economy is destroyed, and the Tory party is in shambles. You can resign now. You've done your fucking job. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Brandon rises once again. From the moment that he first said, BBC, I'm Irish, to the last breath he'll take in office, Dark Brandon has decided to strike the first blow of the death toll, of the death knell of the British Empire.
Secretary, her approval rating with the general public sat steady at about negative 10%. And not that many MPs voted for her in the runoff rounds of the leadership election. In the final round, for example, Truss got only 113.
What? Official offline chat wide hardo. User support keeps being raped by Reddit. What the fuck? Bro. Brother. Where? What the fuck? Dude, you are... I don't even know what to say to like...
2 months, love you.
I don't even know what to say about these dudes, bro. Take your medication, dog. What the fuck's wrong with you? You should not be online right now, my friend. You should be seeking help immediately. And if you haven't taken your meds, you should be taking your medication because you are posting some insane shit in the chat. Okay? Here, I'm going to ban you for your own good. Like, I get it. A lot of people make stuff up about me, and then they come into the chat, and they're like, well, you know, you're a bad person. You love Vladimir Putin or whatever the fuck. But some of them actually unironically turn into, you know, they just, like, break their brains. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
Votes, representing barely 30% of all MPs. And it's worth saying that even that number likely overstates her real support within the parliamentary party, because some of those 113 MPs will have supported her knowing that she was likely to win the membership vote, and therefore were primarily voting for her with the hope of getting a job in her government as a reward for their support. Nonetheless,
Please, sir,
while Truss
can I
wasn't
have
very
a
popular
cabinet
with
position,
MPs
yeah?
or the general public, Truss was very popular with the Conservative membership, regularly topping Conservative home polling and maintaining an approval rating of above 50%. While Sunak was originally popular with Conservative members, after his national insurance hike and perceived disloyalty to Boris Johnson, he quickly became one of their least favourites. Regardless though, the final rounds of this campaign...
So, the funniest thing is that these are like between the party members, right? And obviously the broader population has like a genuine disdain. But what's hilarious about this is that like Boris Johnson was able to withstand a lot of this for many, many years, regardless of the fact that he is just as big as a demon as these people are, maybe even more racist, as a matter of fact. Like, Liz Truss is more of a lib than anything else, where she's like, and I mean liberal in the sense that, like, you know, she has right-wing economic perspectives, maybe not as much on the racism side, you know what I mean? Like, she doesn't hyper-focus on that shit. Boris, on the other hand, straight up was, like, insane. Like, I mean, he was just balls to the fucking wall, but that kind of weird right-wing populism, and but what I mean by that is just, like, straight-up, open, unhinged racist takes, made Boris Johnson withstand the attacks regardless of his Tory party-backed austerity measures, right? Like, they just thought he was just a bumbling fool, and they saw him as like a lovable bumbling fool.
Places to go, me to see.
And Truss was batshit too. I mean, of course, she's a Tory. I'm not saying she wasn't right-wing conservative. I'm just stating that the main message for Liz Truss, the main thing that had staying power for Liz Truss at a time when, you know, there's the railway strikes that are looming, that are slated to restart once again, and you know, she has taken over a suffering conservative party, was the immediate Thatcherite economic proposals that she tried to state to implement. And that was what was leading the papers. That was what was leading in the papers. That's what people were talking about. They saw her as a neoliberal wannabe Thatcherite at a time when the British economy was already fucking up. If they had seen her as like a racist, that probably would have played a significant advantage in at least the Tory audience and the party membership, because then you're not focusing on the econ aspect. You're not focusing on the austerity. You're not focusing on the tax cuts for the extremely wealthy, right? Because then everyone is only talking about how racist she is, and that, as a tool, is successful when it comes to drawing support from your membership.
Between Sunak and Truss were primarily fought on the issue of tax. Truss said that she cut taxes across the board, while Sunak accused her of fiscal irresponsibility and said that her policies would exacerbate inflation, forcing up interest rates and mortgage costs. It's worth watching what was actually said during the campaign too, because, well, in retrospect, Sunak looks impressively prescient.
Pressing economic priority for the new Prime Minister and the new government is to grip inflation. We cannot make it worse. Inflation is the enemy that makes everybody poorer. It erodes your savings. It erodes your living standards. It means that those of you that have mortgages will see your interest rates go up higher and higher.
That's a proper fit bird in it. Let's be right then. And yes, I'm talking about Sunak. Yeah, he's good looking.
So I don't think the responsible thing to do right now is launch into some unfunded spree of borrowing and more debt. That will just make inflation worse. It will make the problem longer.
let's be clear. We have inflation because of our monetary policy, that we haven't been tough enough on the monetary supply. That's the way I would address that issue.
Okay.
But it is wrong.
Interest rates up, mortgages nightmare.
It is.
No,
well,
Liz, we have to be honest. We have to be honest. But borrowing your way out of inflation isn't a plan, it's a fairy tale.
Nonetheless, Truss's pre-existing popularity within the Conservative Party membership and her tax-cutting policy program eventually prevailed, and she won the final round of the contest with 57% of the members' vote. As a result, she became Prime Minister on September 6th. But her policy agenda was almost immediately delayed by the death of the Queen, which happened just 2 days later. This period...
Yeah, after she met with her, remember, the Queen took one final meeting. I will never let anyone live this down. The Queen took one final meeting, okay? And that was with Liz Truss, a diehard, lifelong anti-monarchist, okay? For all of her faults and failures, for her obvious disdain for the working poor, she was definitely an anti-monarchist. Like, openly talked about it. And in college, and there's many interviews that she's conducted on it. And then the Queen died shortly after.
The period of mourning then lasted until September 20th, with Parliament resuming on Wednesday, September the 21st. However, on that Wednesday and Thursday, Truss was preoccupied by the annual UN Assembly, which was being held in New York. Then, on Friday 23rd, Truss arrived back in London, just in time to watch Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng deliver the much-anticipated mini-budget. This mini-budget included a whole load of pre-announced tax cuts, but also a whole load of surprise tax cuts too. All in all, these plans were set to cost
That's my favourite, it is. Surprise is tax cuts. Surprise tax cuts, my favourite.
About $45 billion. On top of this, Truss refused to publish the Office of Budgetary Responsibilities analysis into her plans, and didn't commit to any spending cuts in order to fund them. As a result, the markets balked at these unfunded, unannounced, and unsupervised tax cuts. And by Friday afternoon, the pound had plunged to a 37-year low against the dollar of $1.09. And to make matters worse, borrowing costs also spiked, with the yield on 10-year gilts jumping from 3.5% to 3.8%. In response to this, Redfield Wilton polling found Labour was still 10 points ahead of the Conservatives, although Truss was still a couple points ahead of Starmer on Best Prime Minister polling, enjoying an approval rating of +4. Then trading closed over the weekend, which meant no more movement in either the pound or gilt markets. But there was public outcry over the fact that certain measures in the mini-budget, like the reduction of the top rate of tax and the removal of restrictions on bankers' bonuses, seem to disproportionately benefit the wealthiest in society. As such, with public sentiment souring, Labour's lead widened to 13 points, and Starmer opened up a 4-point lead in Best Prime Minister, with Truss's approval rating falling to -6. When markets reopened on Monday 26th, the pound fell to a new low of $1.04, and 10-year gilt markets spiked even further to 4.3%. By Wednesday, gilt markets had climbed to a new high of 4.5%, in part because pension...
If you're making Starmer appear popular by comparison, you have fucked up, okay? This guy is a real wet noodle, okay? Even during the fucking railroad strikes, he failed to adequately criticize the motherfucking Tory government. Even after Boris Johnson imploded the Tory government originally. Like, I've never seen a dude successfully fail upwards as consistently as Keir Starmer, okay? Labour Party implodes. There's like the anti-Semitism allegations. We find out that that was actually internally created, cultivated, and also was not addressed adequately, specifically to fucking send off Jeremy Corbyn, okay? Labour Party then chooses Keir Starmer. There's not a lot of, there's not a lot of hope for the prospects of the future of the Labour Party. People are leaving the Labour Party. They're saying this fucking sucks. Then Keir Starmer, Keir Starmer is just so woefully inadequate, okay? Because his job is not to actually win. His job, much like the Democratic Party, is to just maintain stability and also consistently lose to the Tory Party as they try to put on a strong front. He has shown time and time again that he's not necessarily on the side of Labour. He doesn't really give a shit about anything. And on top of that, he's not even an effective politician. Everything that has happened so far has happened because the Conservatives, the Tories, have been blowing their own shit up over and over again. I don't understand. I do not understand how lucky the Labour Party has gotten. I don't understand. Like, I feel like our Republicans would never do this. They would never. Our Republicans would never allow for this level of like incompetence to thrive within its party. Like, they know how to whip their ranks. You know what I mean? You're saying Papela, but I mean, look at the candidates. I think, look at the candidates. Look at the candidates they're putting out. Even if they have dog shit candidates, they still have a way of like controlling the media, and they still have a way of effectively ensuring that like even their dog shit candidates who barely can put words together, like Herschel Walker, perform adequately. Herschel Walker should get no more than 10 points in any normal election, okay? Meanwhile, he's close. He's like almost in a fucking, he's in striking distance of winning the Georgia Senate leader, the Georgia Senate seat from Herschel Walker, who is and has been fairly popular in Georgia.
Pension funds were stuck in a gilt-selling doom loop, and the Bank of England was eventually forced to intervene with a £6.5 billion emergency gilt-buying scheme. Now, this provided some temporary respite, but Truss still refused to U-turn on any of her mini-budget policies. And after a series of disastrous local radio performances on Thursday, gilt markets started rising yet again. By Friday, YouGov polling gave Labour a 33-point lead over the Conservatives, which certainly isn't good for Truss. Now,
Raphael Warnock is a relatively popular person. Sorry, not Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker is just an idiot. All right, let's
Redfield-Wilton polling did look a little better for her. Labour only had a 17% lead, but in that polling, Truss was still 7 points behind Starmer as best PM and had an approval rating of -14. Then on Sunday, October 2nd, Truss went to the Conservative Party conference, which is usually a pretty easy affair for new party leaders. Unfortunately for Truss, though, the conference was chaos. It began with a whole load of MPs, most notably Michael Gove, criticising her changes to the top rate of tax. And by Monday, she U-turned and reinstated the top rate of 45%, claiming that it had become a distraction. Unfortunately for her, though, this failed to placate the markets, largely because this only amounted to about £2 billion of the £45 billion worth of tax cuts. Obviously, the optics here aren't great, though, and by the end of the conference, Redfield-Wilton had Labour on a 28-point lead, with Truss 20 points.
She tried to go full America, by the way, which is really funny. And you can never go full America. Like that, what she tried to do was literally what Republicans do all the time. Complain about the budget shortfall, complain about the deficit, and then offer the fattest tax cuts to the wealthy. Donald Trump did this, and America was like, thank you. You are literally the greatest. Ronald Reagan did this, and he's hailed as one of the greatest presidents of all time by Republicans and even by some liberals, okay? That shit, on the other hand, did not fly in the UK, partially because the UK is not America. They blew a 13-colony lead. We are the ones who control the financial, the entire fucking global finance through the dollar. We can make moves, we can make money moves on the dollar that the UK cannot. she thought she was him. She thought she was Himi Neutron, and it turns out she was not.
Behind Starmer as best prime minister, and on an approval rating of negative 54, the lowest ever recorded for a sitting prime minister. A day after returning to Parliament at PMQs on Wednesday 12th, Truss ruled out public spending cuts to fund the tax cuts, which spooked the markets yet further.
Ethan was suspended, by the way. A few white supremacists successfully lobbied YouTube to suspend me, a Jewish dual citizen of Israel and USA, for anti-Semitism. Ben Shapiro and friends can virtue signal all they want, but ultimately they are the ones platforming dangerous anti-Semites. All I did was point it out.
In a desperate attempt to appease them, on Friday, Truss sacked Kwarteng and replaced him with Jeremy Hunt. Then on Monday, just 3 days after his appointment, Hunt made a statement which basically reversed all of the mini-budget. And in direct contradiction to what Truss had said just a few days earlier, he warned that spending cuts would be needed. While this...
Wait, this just came out? Shut the fuck up. Adam Curtis on the fall of Soviet Union's worrying parallels with modern Britain? No fucking shot. Did this just come out? Yes, it's called Trauma Zone. That's absolutely mental. That's bloody mental, man. That's bloody fucking mental. Adam Curtis. I told you days ago there's a new Adam Curtis shit. New Adam Curtis just dropped. Nice. Nice. Very nice. New Adam Curtis. Do I have a license for that? No. Will we watch it anyway? Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll be doing it. We'll be doing it.
Did calm the markets, with her whole project in the bin and Hunt clearly in charge. Truss's approval ratings fell to negative 61%, which for context is about the same as Prince Andrew, who's on negative 65%. Worse still, polling suggested that Labour had a 36-point lead and Starmer a 47-point lead on Best Prime Minister. This means that since the Queen's mourning period finished a month ago, Truss's approval rating has fallen 66 points, or just about 17 points per week. She's also gone from being 10 points behind Labour, which would translate to about 220 seats in the next general election, to being 36 points behind Labour, which, according to the Electoral Caucus, would mean literally 1 seat for the Conservatives at a general election. In other words, she's lost roughly 55 seats a week, or 10 seats every working day. Now, while this result is unlikely to ever happen, it's hard to see things getting much better for the Tories anytime soon, especially given that they're about to commit to a...
That's not true. I can think of a different way that the Tories could make a killing. Turn it around, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. Here comes Boris! He's back to save England! He's gonna save England, love! Like he did the first time around. He's gonna get Brexit 2 done too. That's right, love! Here comes Boris! Bring back Boris! Bring back Boris! We love Boris!
Another round of austerity. All in all then, with her key promises failing, her agenda chucked in the bin, and a new proxy prime minister in place, it's easy to see why some are questioning why Truss is even still in number.
Oh, by the way, if you think that that's a joke, what I just said, you're very wrong. Boris Johnson is weighing up a stunning comeback, allies say. That's right, Boris Johnson, the most favored son of the Ottomans, okay? Boris Johnson appears to be on the verge of attempting a stunning political comeback. Allies of the former UK Prime Minister, who resigned in disgrace only 3 months ago, believe he will stand in the leadership contest that will follow the resignation of his successor, Liz Truss. 2 sources who worked on Johnson's last campaign for the Conservative Party leadership in 2019 said he would run again this time. Multiple allies have made the case that Johnson could be a unity candidate who could bring stability to the country, despite being forced to quit in July after a series of scandals made his position untenable. Asked how they could justify Johnson standing to be Prime Minister again, one MP who campaigned for Johnson in 2019 leadership campaign told CNN, "Socialists will destroy our economy, and if you don't understand that, then I genuinely fear for our future." Another MP who supported Johnson in 2019 said he was the only candidate who could comfortably win over both Conservative MPs and members of the Conservative Party. Now, of course, socialists will destroy the British economy, even though 10, 12 years of austerity led by the Tories have certainly led to the economic collapse you're experiencing. They are the ones who keep fucking up the economy and then turning around and saying these socialists in the shadows are going to be responsible for the inevitable demise, even though we are the ones doing it. Which is funny when you think about it. How crazy and how similar, too. It's like, oh man, listen, you don't understand. Socialists will destroy the country. It's like, brother, you're the one who's leading, though. What the fuck do you mean? Guys, I know we're fucking long dicking the economy, okay? I know we're long dicking the economy currently and have been for a while, but holy shit, imagine if the socialists came. I mean, that would be crazy. Oh, maybe it wouldn't. You don't know that. Zon, you almost took a second to drop the accent there. It was sticking a bit. What do you mean by sticking? Do you happen to mean that it was my real accent that I've been hiding for many, many years as I portray myself as an Ameriboo, as one with the American population? That is my real voice, yes. The Tory voice is my real voice. Yes, Ethan Klein has been suspended from YouTube. I did predict Ethan's ban. That is right. All right. Yeah, I mean, blah, 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 socialism, blah, blah, blah. The real reason is because they love Boris. They think Boris would be more popular. And I do think that they are right. Is it a perma or temp? I think it's probably going to be a perma, yeah.
Stone Cold. Why should we know you?
What?
And it wasn't the leftovers episode that got suspended. It was a
I'm the leader of this illustrious group. That's why you should know me.
Regardless, as
Who
Truss
says
and
you're the
Hunt are
leader?
quickly discovering,
I do.
we live in an increasingly complex world
Why, Devon?
where things are feeling less stable, especially
I knew down the road these guys are going to team up against
It would
me,
be great
and
if
I need to split them up
politicians
right
were
now.
better
I did it because I like it.
making and
Not very much, but I like it.
You didn't consider voting for Deborah?
No, I didn't say perma.
'Cause I'm not
Someone
stupid.
else in the chat said perma. I'm not saying it's perma.
I might not get too many answers right today,
One
but
week,
if I vote
one
against my
week,
wife,
one
it'd be the
week,
dumbest thing I
one
ever
week.
did.
You can learn everything from quantum computing or algebra to logical decision making, a skill many are severely lacking at the moment. Now, Brilliant's logical thinking course might start simple, but it builds, teaching you logical reasoning skills.
Oh, did I say it? I'm sorry. I was reading a chatter. It's 1 week. I meant it's probably not a perma, but no, I know what it is. It's 1 week.
Oh, I never saw Kevils at all.
Online. There is no energy to mass flagging and getting everybody's account banned. That's not energy. That's not Giga Chad. That's called being the 9-year-old little tattletale that got bullied by everybody by having fucking paper wads spit at them in class and told the teacher on every fucking thing because it pissed you off. Okay? And nobody likes you. And you have no friends. And you're a loser.
Hello, hello. What's up? This is Rihanna May, aka Miss Devious. Why Bill Burr never liked white women? This was a viewer request, and I'm happy to do it for you. Let's get into this one. I'm sure I won't be disappointed.
Let's talk white women here, shall we? Let's talk white women. White women, amazing your accomplishments over the last few years. I got to tell you, the way white women somehow hijacked the woke movement, generals around the world should be analyzing this. Just to refresh your memory, the woke movement was supposed to be about people of color not getting opportunities, the at-bats that they deserved, finally making that happen. And it was about that for about 8 seconds. And then somehow, white women swung their Gucci-booted feet over the fence of oppression and stuck themselves at the front of the line. I don't know how they did it.
Like, how stealthy are you? You infiltrated this whole movement? Nobody even saw you coming.
I've never heard so much complaining in my life from white women. My name is hard with my SUV and my heated seats.
I'm going to be on
no
because
idea
you've
what
got a
it's
lot
like
of
to be
evidence.
me.
But you're like a mouse trying to be an elephant.
No, you know, I worked way too friggin' hard for this.
A lot of people work really, really hard for their dreams, but it's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
Jack. Hello.
But it's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
It's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
Jack. Hello. How long have you been a firefighter? 5 years. You like it? Love it. You one of those gung-ho guys run into the burning building, no fear? Run into burning building while guys like you are running out screaming like little girls.
Howard,
Anne,
are you more interesting than you look?
it's all in the mind, eye of the beholder, Anne.
What do you do?
I'm a business development manager for a large bank in the Northeast.
Okay. Tell me if there's anything interesting about your job.
Absolutely not. No. It's interesting to me, but I'm sure that it would probably go right over your head.
Okay, you're always very quick, are you, Howard?
In some things, yes. In other things, I like to take my time, if you know what I mean.
I've absolutely no idea what you mean. What do you mean?
Somehow, I don't doubt that.
But it's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
Jack.
But it's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
But it's not meant.
I worked way too friggin' hard for this.
A lot of people work really, really hard for their dreams, but it's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
Jack. Hello.
Trash and white guys, the nerve. Where's the camera? The nerve of you white women. Listen, I don't want to speak ill of my bitches here, okay?
I mean,
I don't. But let's go back in history here, okay? You guys stood by us toxic white males through centuries of our crimes against humanity. You rolled around in the blood money, and occasionally when you wanted to sneak off and hook up with the black dude, if you got caught, you said it wasn't consensual.
Oh.
That's what you did. That's what you did. So why don't you shut up, sit down next to me, and take your talk. What you did. So why don't you shut up, sit down next to me, and take your talking to.
Just take it.
Thank you. So, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But I think white women started it.
Probably.
It's the worst. The fucking worst. It's all they do is bitch, moan, and complain. I had no idea how difficult it was to be a white woman in the United States of America.
Yeah, they're kind of ruining it for all of us.
Evidently, it's really difficult.
Right. Tough shit.
Yeah, they're always bitching. Do you have any idea what it's like to be me? Well, I imagine it would be slightly less awesome than my life.
Right? Okay, so it kills me when he starts laughing organically. When he cracks his own self up, I die inside. I love it so much.
What happened to you today, sweetheart, huh? Did they not chill your rosé?
Right.
You know? Was the trolley not running down at the mall? What happened?
What's so bad?
No, it's unreal. I'm really fucking annoyed how white women have the fucking balls to throw my white privilege in my face.
Yeah, right.
Sort of separate themselves from these white males with their white male privilege. It's like, bitch, you're sitting in the jacuzzi with me. The fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how far away from me you think you are, ma'am.
Yeah, but you're fucking whining.
We're pretty close.
Look, right out of the gate, all right? If you live in some honey boo-boo lifestyle on the Appalachian Trail, you know, your uncle just banged you in the dirt, all right, I can listen to you. No, one of my fantasies is I want to drive by like a woman's rally and just say the most sexist shit I can think of. Just to watch them lose their minds.
Me too.
By real slow, I'm like, yeah, why don't you get back in the kitchen where you belong? Just to look in the rearview mirror, watching them fly.
Is that you, barefoot and pregnant?
Flipping out in the road, spinning around like Leatherface at the end of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like. Yeah, no, it's a very, I don't know, times are changing, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, Michelle Obama's doing an arena tour.
Love her.
That's another thing going on. I'm going to say that again. Michelle Obama.
Right. Nobody said shit?
She's doing an arena tour. She's not playing comedy clubs. She's doing arenas. When did first ladies start acting like they got elected? You know? Dude, being a first lady, that's not a fucking job. Right? Look how quiet is it in here. Why is it so fucking quiet? You think that's a job? It's not a fucking job.
It isn't a job, but at least they're trying to be proactive and use their, like, fame for the better of mankind or something.
Dude, if you really think it's a job, just look at him. Right? Look at Obama. When that guy got elected, he looked like he was about 41 years old. When he left office, that guy looked like he was about 73.
Right?
Right?
So true.
Look at Michelle. She looks younger now than she did when that dude got elected. What has she done for the last 8 years? Yeah, other than lay in a giant vat of Illuminati-level lotion, just sitting there floating. A couple hours, a shapeshifter comes in and dumps another bucket on her. She pops her head up. Hey, Bam Bam, tell Stevie Wonder to come down and play some songs tonight. Now, I found out she's doing a tour because she's doing a book tour. Yeah, she wrote a book. She wrote a book about not having a job. I gotta read that fucking book. Chapter 1, how to know if a dick tastes presidential. How to weed your way through all that local representative cock and get to the big swinging dick in the room.
Had enough with this cabinet.
I'll tell you right now, say what you want about Republican presidents, but they got their first ladies in line. They do. Dude, George W. was president for 8 years. 8 years. I don't even know his wife's name.
Oh, he's right,
Was it
right?
Abigail or some shit? Maggie? No clue.
Me either.
Donald Trump's wife stands behind him like a giant meerkat, like... Bill Clinton was president, his wife never shut up. Ah, I want to do healthcare. Ah! He fucked around on her so much, he's like, all right, whatever, just do it.
Oh! Good job!
But I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna check out that fucking tour. I gotta see what that's all about. You know? Who opens? Who opens on that fucking tour? Was it Oprah Winfrey's husband? You know? Does he fucking come out and talk about what it's like to walk her dogs?
Shit.
Dude, essayist, and I gotta bring him around. Look, I'm sure that there's some feminists in the crowd right now not appreciating this joke, feeling triggered, feeling like they need to fucking put out a hashtag or some shit and be brave and speak out. You know what? You're full of shit. You are. All those feminists are full of shit, because I'm going to tell you right now, someday there's going to be the first woman president. All right? Which means you don't even know what her fucking platform is, and you automatically cheer.
Right.
It's got the same genitalia.
Right.
Fucking, I'm telling you, they're not smart people. Feminists, they're not as smart as they're coming.
Well, Dave Chappelle just taught us. That feminist just means you like women and believe in their rights. So I don't know what these other people are. They're not feminists.
Enough, I'm telling you. Someday, there's gonna be... By the way, this is gonna be my last show ever. By the time this fucking thing comes out.
Over. It's over.
Someday, there's gonna be the first female president, which means there's gonna be the first male first lady.
Right.
Right?
Right?
And you fucking wait. The first time that dude opens these feminists, they're on me. You shut the fuck up. Fucking wait. The first time that dude opens these feminists, they're on me. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. It is her time now.
Right.
It is her time. She was elected, not you. Go pick out some plates, bitch. You are the first lady.
He's so right.
He's gonna get treated like Tom Arnold when he was with Roseanne.
Oh.
Secret Service name will be like Appendix or Doesn't Matter. Not worthy of protecting. Just entered the Oval Office. Not worthy of protecting.
Oh my God, that is so funny. Well, thank you so much for stopping and watching Why Bill Burr Never Liked White Women. I was totally into this Karen roast. I'm here for it. I'm all about this mood and this vibe. I love it. Make sure that you like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
And this government's failed approach to economic growth while our country stares down the barrel of a looming recession. And it's this government's problem. They have failed to repatriate manufacturing. They have failed to inspire investment in our country. And they are making it harder for women in my community to put loaves of bread in their cart. And I've had enough. And people in this place have had enough, Mr. Speaker. And people across this country have had enough. So I challenge every Liberal backbencher here today, tomorrow morning is their caucus meeting, to stand up and say what that one person said off the record to a reporter. Enough with the woke. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I take that back. I apologize for my unparliamentary language immediately. I'm very sorry. Enough with the woke stuff. And get on with the plan.
Oh no.
2, look at this. Wait, look at this. Caught him in the wild, bro. Absolutely amazing. Oh. I think a lot of people thought it was a funny joke. The whole clip.
Like, I'm ready for Steven to, like, never,
Oh, is that it?
act him, like, teaching him how to treat me, and more interested in having relationships with people who already know how to respect me.
Like Max.
And that's why-
Like Max, who banned her for pedophilia from his from his Discord server. Based. Okay.
Wait, did he actually?
I don't want to tell you.
Do you think Lav should be a streamer? Yeah, no. There's no reason why she shouldn't be a streamer. If you're asking me, should she be a politics streamer? I think she has a chance for redemption and shit, but in her current state, no. I don't think she should be doing politics. But should she be a streamer? Yeah, of course. She could make entertaining content. She clearly has a drive to interact with other people and network, which is very good for Twitch. It is very good if you want to do that. If you want to get on other people's streams, she goes on podcasts and shit. So that's really good for her. So yeah, why not? So I haven't watched this video. I just saw the title when checking out your channel. So by Red Pill, you meant the convo proved that Red Pill.
I think Sean told me yesterday, or Jeff told me that apparently they canceled this because the riot police showed up.
Why is there any big booty Latinas that go to school here? What's wrong? You secretly insane? Look, this is the future. If this is our future, we are fun. Look at this! Hey, I mean, you guys are the ones that are scared of free speech. You have no reason not to like me. You should have been aborted. I should have been aborted. Oh, I should have been aborted. Put that on your line. I triggered him. I don't even say that. This poor guy is safe. You should have been aborted. I should have been aborted. This is so much fun. Imagine your dick. Thank you. Thank you for buying tickets. Oh, I love you. I love you. I think you're a really nice woman. Hey, one thing I love about fetish. That turns me on. Now you turn me on. Oh, yeah.
Wait, hold on. Oh, I started off in Town 1. With the first god. I didn't do. People are saying I think do it to do like Terran 11 or whatever. Should I restart my whole town? Oh, wait. Here's an important question I have. If I'm buying land, like if I'm buying grasslands, forests, etc., in one biome, if I switch to a different map, does that carry over or? Because that's like my biggest worry. Bot slots carry over? How do bot slots carry over if there's different numbers of like planes in each thing or whatever? Like, you keep the number of unlocks. Oh, but you can reallocate it. Gotcha. Okay, cool. We just won a 900. Bro, sure. Someone made a flow chart for space exploration. Oh, to tell me what my research and shit should be? Okay. Oh, this is just for one of the sciences? Is this for... Oh, this isn't space exploration. This is a different mod, though. Oh, come on. Close enough to 900. I'll do one more just for you. You heard the news about Mutant and Peach? Is this a meme? Oh, fuck. What am I doing?
Will you ever play Satisfactory?
No. Dude, stop donating. You're fucking my shit up. I fucked up. I saw the thing pop up and I got a big late one, yeah. Come on, Jesus. Fuck me, I don't care.
Can't even hit a 900 gigachad.
Bro, how many times have you fucking linked this? Chill! Jesus Christ!
We got new
2
merch.
hours! Bruv!
This story was kept top secret by the US military until 2004. The story itself is unbelievable, but it's the later in 2004, an author named James Bradley discovered transcripts from a post-World War II Japanese war crimes trial held in Guam, where Japanese military leaders confessed to what they did to these.
The following is
That's assault, brother. The other day when Gavin was fucking trying to Destiny, he's fucking gonna put the pants, trying fucking Destiny. Oh my god, that was...
So Alex Stein is the new Milo Yiannopoulos. The only successful way to deal with him is you just not engage. You just can't engage. Like any type of thing that you ever do is going to be it's a win for him. This guy just thrives off of any type of attention, negative or anything. There's nothing you can do to win. Like you just don't engage.
Fucking hilarious. This is a beautiful college.
What would you say to people who are not for free speech?
Yeah, but the people that want to limit free speech, that's the future, a very bleak future. That's one of the few rights that are guaranteed to us, is the fact that we're allowed to say what we want, where we want, even if we don't agree with those views. So the sad reality is that this is the future. These people do not want they don't want to let people speak if they have a different viewpoint. So that is the sad reality of what's going on here today. They're all a bunch of cowards. Yeah, but I'm saying you guys are cowards trying to shut it down. A guy trying to make a speech. We do want to say that. Guys, we don't want to... Let go. I just want to say we don't want violence. They don't want to hear my opinion. I know, but I want to speak to you. I want to speak to you. Shut the fuck up. Wait, say that again. Shut the fuck up. Hello. Hey, guys. Prime time, 99 hours time. I'm on the grind. Thank you guys for being here. I'm not scared of anybody here. I'm not a coward. I'm a pimp on a blow eating steak and shrimp. Ladies and gentlemen, no. This is hot dog. What did you say the whole thing? You don't even know any terror that they've done.
There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions, each do what they got to.
Okay, why these people didn't show up to protest me? How big is this Alex Stein guy? Is he even that well known? I feel like I'm getting fucking ripped off here. Oh, never mind. They were probably protesting Gavin. That's probably what's going on.
They tried to shut us down, but prime time's a camp. We get in the car and we go, huh?
Neo-fascism. How many hours of playing we have in Factorio? I'd have over 2,000. 2,200. I wonder how many hundred I've got to have over 100 hours on that save. But it's probably like 200 or 300 or 400 hours. Do you think at this point? It's hard because I think sometimes I might leave my game on my which fuck it.
When I was recently unceremoniously thrown into a Siberian prison cell, I said to myself, Benjamin, if you ever get out of here...
Oh, game time is not tracked when paused. Oh. Well, I wonder what my save is.
Self one thing. You will never, ever, ever visit a dodgy country ever again. And then I was released, and a mate of mine called me up and said,
so this save has been running for 250.
Mr. Balls, do you want to come to Afghanistan and meet the Taliban? And I said, sure, why not? Let's meet that friend. Hello. Ben, are we going to be okay in Afghanistan?
I can't guarantee it, mate, but let's go anyway.
He can't guarantee it, but let's go anyway. In Afghanistan, trying to grab it, and you want to give to one that you have a little connection with. Smoke cigarettes? I say no, brother, haram. We are driving with two haram Afghani men because they're smoking cigarettes. Sometimes they listen to music, and sometimes they think about girls. And this is very haram. For Taliban, I give him. Yeah, I'm selling him. Look at him. They will like him. They're reading a contract I've written up to sell Ben to the South Africa. They're just checking the fine print. If they agree, they come and get him. And I receive a few bowls of rice. He said life looks like my batteries. He's being horrible to me about my batteries. I don't have batteries, do I? Tell me I don't have batteries. Feel them. Come on, give it a squeeze. Tell me if I have batteries. Wow. We've met a pyromaniac on the streets of whatever this town's called. Who is this? Why is he? Why? Why? Well, what soldiers? And they're walking to India, which is why. Bad.
Okay, we all need to. Landing pad, set custom name. Rocket silo, set destination, landing pad. No, the only launch, empty landing pads, so this is a simple close. Landing pads were capsules, carbon head, steel, meteor defense, and each planet is always outgoing I think if people understood your goals better as a content creator, people could have better such reasonable expectations of you. Bro, you typoed so much in this sentence. Let me just read this sentence as is. I think if people understood your goals better as a content created, people could have better slash reasonable exceptions of you. Mate. Okay, this guy's, I think, asked this question like 400 times in the past 3 days. Is there a metric like GDP growth that you think best represents if a president did a good job or not? How confident would you be to be blindly re-elected with this metric? GDP growth is probably alone now. It's not something I think most presidents. Yeah, he meant content creator and expectation. Fine with this. Last night, a canvasser wearing a Marco Rubio shirt and a Ron DeSantis hat was brutally attacked for his political views. His attackers told Mahomes to allow in their neighborhood. This is what Biden wanted when he declared MAGA Republicans a threat to democracy. It's for a Marco Rubio shirt and a Ron DeSantis hat? That's enough to get people attacked? And for you to be okay with it? It's always the guys that you like, no offense, but you look at this dude and it's like, you're never gonna be out in the streets Friday night. Why the fuck are you even tweeting edgy shit like this? You're a fucking loser.
No, 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 no.
Next, they're gonna be coming for people with DGG merch. Tate became Muslim. I don't care. Religion is cringe. Okay. Bro, all I saw about this was that there's like a fucking... Oh, 45-minute discussion on the Holocaust. Yay! What are you doing? See this guy's low key switch on screen. Probably.
Doing right now on Google Maps in 0.1 seconds, but upside down.
Oh.
It's the US. Nice. It's not hard. Nice. Spain or Portugal? I think Spain. West Spain. Mexico. Nice. Spain again. USA. Nice. Taiwan. Australia. We'll take that. Nigeria. Nice. One more. That's Sweden. Oh, no way. Nice. Doing right now on Google Maps.
Is the dog auto-tuned at all or no? There was this, it's really funny, but, oh, it's not. I wanted to tell a music joke. Nobody wanted to. For the 4 people that understand, back in the day, like today we have very contemporary ears, and we can be very, very, very flexible with how we do music. I wish I could remember what it was, but there is it's either a fugue or some opera that Rachel had written. The ending of the piece was so nice. I don't. It was like very light, very airy, very mysterious. But sometimes it's so random that it felt like there was like a rule that at the very end, if you wanted to end a song, like it wasn't enough to like that wouldn't work. At the very end, there has to be like there has to be that. And I remember there were some pieces that we looked at where like the ending was fine, and then there would just be this huge like 5, 7, 1 at the very end. It's like, we get it, dude. You could have ended it like 2 measures earlier. You didn't have to do that. Do we really need that? But I guess I think the explanation might be theory is like people needed to know when the piece was over. I don't know if that's true or not, but like thank you, Lab. It was funny. Good job. It was literally, yeah. Please, the please clap of the day, I guess. Whoa! Turn that up. Okay. Sorry, this is really well done. Music theory, this clip. Montreal. I don't know. Abba said he's delaying it a little bit now. I don't think it's going now. No. Destiny leaking.
There's one feature I've been doing, but this feature alone, when I announce it on Twitter, like your Twitter video, whenever that is, whether that's the 1st of November or the 2nd week of November or the 1st week of November, that alone is going to like revolutionize streaming. That alone is going to be, it doesn't matter whether you hate me, love me, or neutral with me, don't know me, that motherfucker's gonna blow up. Okay? Like, and I cannot wait to announce like that single part. Anyone who has any doubts, that's going to be like a start of trust. So I'm excited for that. I don't think the platform is going to be ready the 1st of November. I think it's going to, you know, maybe middle of November, latest early December, right? Latest, probably mid-November though, or late November. There's one feature I have in mind.
Last night he messaged me like, can you talk for 10 minutes? It's important. I wonder if I missed what the announcement was going to be. Leader's case for you.
That shit looks bushin' on God. Respectfully. Oh, yeah.
So you want to go to a real party?
Bigger life to get, not on wasting. Got everything I need right here with me.
Nothing to fear.
I'll show ye.
Am I?
Dark magician, dark magic attack.
Very well.
And that is why they call me Bender the Magnificent.
Now it's personal. New blast.
I'm scared.
I learned how to handle delicate social situations from a little show called Three's Company. You are no match for my dragon style.
That right there?
No, I'm not. Oh, wait, I am.
Let's go!
Have you read the Quran? No! I don't give a fuck about the Quran! Stop! Why are you spamming my chat? Jesus.
Sarah, what you doing after school?
Damn, you said you want to fuck her in the ass?
Bro, what? No, that's not what I said.
Bro, you said you wanna bend her over and lick your hand.
Bro,
and then
what?
Fucking smack the fucking. You wanna,
Bro.
Is that what you said?
What
I heard
the
that.
fuck?
Why?
What do you do if you get
Yo,
lost?
what's up, boss man?
Big black guy.
Hi, what's up?
Heard that you're a boss now.
That you're lost.
Oh yeah, I'm everybody's boss.
Okay. What do you do? What do you do if you get lost? You find a big black guy, and what do you tell him? That you're lost. Okay. What do you do?
I told them he could wear slippers, but I didn't expect this.
Told my boyfriend we're going. Out for dinner date. We're in Somerset. Told my boyfriend we're going.
I don't understand at all. What, am I missing something, or?
Out for dinner date.
Wait, I don't get it.
Favorite way to make chicken.
Some chicken down the center. We're gonna try our best and open this up. So I'm gonna season it with some paprika. I'm also going to add some pepper. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of salt. You just wanna rub all this together. All right, I have some aluminum foil here. We want it to be about this size. I'm gonna crumple that up, and we wanna turn it into this shape right here. Now I also have some parchment paper here. Take that off. Take this, place it into the center. We're gonna crumple that up also. And I'm gonna take our parchment paper. I'm gonna stuff our hole
It just
here.
makes it like
Look
a
how
baked
nicely
potato.
that fits. So that's gonna scale it. Just want to lightly brown the outside and not fully cook it. And now for this neat trick, take a plastic bottle.
Does parchment paper not melt in the frying pan? I have no idea.
Parchment paper is Giga Chad.
Up
It
against
does
the egg
not
yolk.
get fucked with.
There we go. And now
You
we're
gonna play
gonna transfer
Overwatch?
it over here. So I have some fresh parsley
Nope.
here. Cut that up nice and fine.
I gotta watch this Lex Friedman thing. Wait, Overwatch 2?
Yeah, it's out.
What about Valorant? What about Apex?
Sure, fine. I'll play Valorant. Sure, yeah, I'd be down.
Now we're gonna mix
Okay,
all this
I'll
together.
download it, okay.
Wait, when's the new Call of Duty?
Oh, we have to play that, for real.
When is it?
Have some tomatoes.
I don't know.
Anybody in chat now?
Stuff that in
Someone in
there.
chat should know.
All right, now we're gonna take our cheese and egg
Oh,
mixture.
we could play Overwatch with Train.
Fill that up a little bit more. All right, now we're gonna transfer this to a baking pan. This goes in at 375 for about 15 minutes. We wanna
Is
make sure our
Valorant
chicken
good?
is nice
I
and
tried to play it once and it was
Whoa.
absolute fucking
Alright,
dog
we're gonna take our
trash.
chicken.
Yeah.
Moon
Destiny.
says it's
Plate. We're gonna take our
10
egg yolk.
sub dono if you
Nice and runny.
answer my question fully. Wait, what was your question? I will donate $50 if Destiny actually answers the question fully. Wait, what question? 10 sub.
What's the question,
You're not.
bro?
I don't know what the question is, my brother. My brother in Allah.
Now we're gonna add that to the top. Look at that. Now for the taste test.
Mmm.
You gotta have that
wow.
for dinner. That's so good. We're gonna start by cutting.
Was it a YouTube chatter?
Yes. It's a troll. Yeah, how is he a
Mods?
troll? He's literally a member. Or
Promo
a
ban.
gifted one.
How do I download Valorant? Where's that at?
I don't know. We're not doing Valorant. We do Apex probably, because that's what everybody plays.
Okay, where do I download that?
The question I spanned for
which
1
client is
month that I will write out again. Okay, Deity, write it out. I do not. I dead name Kanye. I don't refer to him as fucking Yay. That's just such a dumb name. I'm
Yay?
sorry. Yeah, that's his new name.
Yeah. Okay, the 28th. Oh. Friday. Have you ever heard the MF Doom Christmas album?
Nope.
That's the good shit.
What was his question?
Warzone 2 is not out until the 16th of November. Okay.
Can you think of any metric that represents if a president did a good job? GDP is bad, but you can get creative like scraping their wiki page for vibe check. How confident would you blindly re-elect? Can you think of any metric that represents the president did a good job? Okay, first of all, what do you mean by good job? Do you mean like, do I think they did a good job, or do the American public think they did a good job? Because if I was looking at any singular metric, I mean, like, probably popularity polls or approval rating. I mean, like, that's one metric. We could do that. Or we could say, oh, yeah, I'd probably do that, I guess. Approval, I guess.
That means he did a good job if they have high approval?
I mean, I can't think of any singular metric that I would go by, but I guess, sure. But the job of the president is pretty complicated. I don't know if you could say there's just like one thing.
But yes, Nomi isn't a real Dalibaner. Like my brother, just listen to the Quran audio book while you do lifts. It's simple, and that way we can worship you like the true prophet.
Don't be a bitch. Can be a combination of metrics and no for you. Oh. What I would consider to be a successful president would be a president that has probably pushed... I think your ability to get Congress together to pass legislation is the hallmark of a good president. I think that the ability to be wise with your executive powers is probably a good president, so not overreaching too much, the executive action. Decorum, I'd say, as cringe as it is, post-Trump, I'd say is an important part of being president. Foreign policy lead. The president has a pretty big impact on foreign policy, I'd say. That's a pretty big thing for president. These are all probably things I would consider.
The guilty will know.
But it's going to be hard to like measure these things one-to-one.
What's on the docket for the day?
What's on the docket?
I have to do Kanye West and Lex Friedman. I need to listen to this podcast. I still need to listen to Fuentes on No Jumper.
Who's Lex Friedman? Is that like Lex Luthor?
Big podcast guy.
So you've given up on gaming? Past you now? You're just a Factorio man?
Well, I need to beat this Factorio thing. It's a big one. It's a lot.
Just stop for us.
I can't stop. There's a lot.
We're all tired of it. We hate it.
No. What do you mean?
I hate the factory.
Yeah, a lot of people get a lot of viewership.
Get me out.
Factorio is my highest viewership game.
That's true. True.
I'm probably not streaming tomorrow because I have...
Oh, so you're taking a day off?
Yeah.
Did you pass it through the chat?
Not yet.
Can I do a poll cake, or is that a no-go?
What do you mean no-go?
I'm afraid to do polls, like, when people are here now, because I don't want it to, like, crash the site or some shit.
Just do it. Kate complains, but that's his job is to complain.
And
if he's not complaining, you're not working hard enough.
Take a day off? Let's see what the board says. Astounding no. Back to the factory, old man. Okay. How about for the viewers who don't know what's going on in Factorio? Can you explain a little bit for us? Explain a little bit what these instruments do.
Well, you know, would you really understand?
Oh yeah, I would. I led us in the space race of Minecraft. I was the greatest mind, the top mind.
I feel like I remember you quitting that, actually.
I quit later on, but before then, I led us through the Jurassic period. I was out there smacking fucking rocks with flint and shit.
Oh,
That was
yeah?
me.
Did you just say that you were the best in the space race in Minecraft?
Yes, I was. I was a Giga Chad.
I beat you there. How were you the best?
First of all, you contributed nothing, so nice try on that.
Fucking lie. What do you mean I contributed nothing, Steven?
You didn't do any of the tech research on any of the shit you worked on.
What do you mean? That's a lie. I got us single-handedly, me and Scrub to the moon.
There's some
Can't
rewrite.
figure
I don't
out
think
how
you
to
ever
do
even
it,
launched off
so
the main
with Chat's
planet.
smiley face still leaves question of what metric represents a good policies. These weren't
Listen,
exactly metrics, but good enough
admit
tie.
that he helped a
Will be
lot
used
with
in
the
machine learning.
other planetary adventures, but I spent like 2 nights awake grinding us to the moon because I knew that moon, was
You were a
fun.
slave miner. That's what you did. You mined for resource. You were a resource grinder. That's okay. There's no shame in that.
researched, And I got all the materials, and I built the first rocket ship, and I got the rocket fuel. I had to build the panels. I had to do a bunch of that stuff. Listen, I understand that, you probably feel a little ashamed that this being your job and all, you couldn't even beat little old Peach to the moon. But I'm sorry, I got there first and I worked for it. You're trying to steal a woman's accomplishment.
I want to see you play Kerbal Space Program, Peach.
No.
Get to the moon on Kerbal
Yeah,
Space
just one
Program.
time. That's easy. Iman got there. Little Lee Fox got there. You don't think you could do it?
Why'd you say it like that? Do you think that she's stupid or something?
No. I'm saying that that's another proud woman that was on stream that was able to get to the moon, and I'm curious if you can do it. You should try it. Yeah, throw it up. I'm sure Chad would love to see that.
Uh-huh.
The new one's coming out.
But it looks really boring.
Oh, if you don't have a very big brain, it probably, yeah, because you don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, it's okay, I understand. It's a really intimidating game. Like, you have to have at least, like, I'd say 103 IQ in order to...
It looks boring from what I've seen on your stream. No offense.
All right, so what's going on in the factory? Explain it to us, please.
I don't even half understand what's going
What
on.
do
in
you?
my
What is
factory
your
anymore.
goal? What is your
I think
goal?
I'm trying to automate green science, but there's like 17 different inputs and outputs on every different machine. So
Are
every
you trying
time.
to get to the moon, or?
No, I'm trying to make science, okay? This is what happens,
Okay, you're
okay?
making
When I
science,
open
I gotta know.
Factorio, I see 17 different things that somehow run, and I don't understand how any of them run anymore. And when I
You're
try
the
to change
programmer, then.
anything, I don't know what's happening. And if I change anything, it's gonna break. So I just keep piling more shit onto the other stuff. And if it doesn't work, I copy paste 2 of them, and that's what's going on, okay? That's where I'm at right now, okay? So I don't know
You're
what
just
I don't know what I'm
programming.
looking
Just
at
so
right
you're
now. I don't know what
programming
this is. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I made this, okay? But it must have a purpose. So
Then
I'm
you
just
need
trying
to start over.
plug. No. It's never time to start over because you can always just add
time to
more
start
shit.
over.
You can always just add more shit onto it, okay? That's what I'm working
So
on.
you're trying to make science in order to do what?
I'm trying to automate stuff in order to make more science so that I can research stuff so that I can make more science, okay?
Is there an end game? Are you trying to go to the moon, or?
I think the end game is going to another reality or something. Yes.
Oh, is this like a mod, or is this?
Yes, it's modded. It's
Oh,
heavily modded,
oh,
okay?
God.
I can do normal Factorio in my fucking sleep, okay? I don't even have to think about it, okay? This is like trying to build a massive program in fucking Notepad with no comments, okay? That's what I'm doing, all right?
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
But you have no idea what's going on anymore.
Well, I just look at what's missing and then I, slap it in there. So I'm missing this stuff because I'm not getting blank data cards. I don't know why I'm not getting blank data cards, so check over here.
Go copy paste one, yeah. Chat, he doesn't want to play League. He's free of it. I'm so proud of him. I've asked him 100 times and he's never said yes. He's free of it, boys.
How's your League stuff going? Talk to us.
It's good. Plat 2. I am gonna get Diamond before the season ends.
Oh
yeah. Yeah. I've only lost it twice. I logged in yesterday and I was actually surprised I wasn't banned. I said some crazy shit.
Yeah? Were you on full Tyler 1?
I was losing it, dude.
Okay, thanks.
But we're slowly going up. I did something big today. I was in a league game and I played poorly. And I asked the Graves, because he was shit talking. He was really nice at the start. And then he started shit talking after I was shit talking my AD carry. So I was like, you want to get on Discord? He was like, yeah. So I joined his Discord. And I apologized to him. I said, you know what? That is my bad. I shouldn't have been shit talking, and I did play poorly. I'm sorry.
Wow.
And then we were all cool. And then I got him in the next game, and we fucking dominated it. So
Oh,
I was the
cool.
change I wanted to see in the world.
One time I got a Graves on the my team, and he sucked. And then he was on the enemy team, and he did
Oh,
really
he was
well.
God gamer.
Yeah, and then I called him the F word, and then I got banned from Twitch for 30 days. That's my league experience.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, it was, actually. It actually was, yeah.
Good.
But I wasn't openly bisexual at the time, so I didn't have the F slur
Yeah,
pass.
yeah.
My bad, that was my bad.
What did you launch in the rocket for?
I'm going
you're
back and
launching
forth.
back to
You
your
go
home
to
base.
planets, okay?
Oh, you're on different planets now.
Wait, if you're gay or in the LGBTQ community, can you say the F slur?
Yeah, I'm proudly a
Not on
fag.
Twitch.
I love being that, okay? Yes!
Steven!
What? I'm on YouTube.
I was wondering.
And I'm half gay. Isn't that how that works? I'm pretty sure I should have the pass.
Half gay.
I didn't realize you considered
What?
half gay. I don't think it's like.
Yeah, I'm half gay. That's why I only say fag. I only say half the word, okay? It's all right. I've read the rule book, okay?
Sexuality word. Half gay.
Half gay.
Is it like a coin flip at, the start of each day?
Sure, you can say it every other
Aren't
day.
you the one who's like, I'm a pansexual vegan?
Pansexual.
Okay, then you should know, right? Or do you actually just fuck pans?
Yes. Mr.
Good
Mitten
show.
is a pan.
Good one. What's happening? I'm running out of... I had a brain blast this morning when I woke up.
Did you write
Last
it down?
night, I had a dream that my core miners, these guys, should just be feeding resources into these guys.
course.
Where my trains are. It makes so
Oh, I
much
love
sense.
trains.
Why would I not be doing that? My core
Is it
miner-
you or Melina who's a train person?
I have autism, so the joke would probably be for me.
Take a test right now.
I passed them all with flying colors. It's all like
Well, then you don't have it.
seeing eyes. How do I get now? How would I do that though, guys? How do I feed resources into this without fucking everything up? I know. I'd run the resources by the trains, and I would just fill the trains up. That's what I would do, like this.
Fill them up with what?
But I need more room. Okay, we've got to redo. Okay, I know. I understand. Fill them up with your mom. Fill your mom up with my dick.
Do you just have unlimited resources? Were
No,
able
you
to
gotta
copy and
expand.
paste
This is my planet, dude. Look, I'm expanding. You have networks of trains, and you
Where
have
are your
to-
people?
There's no people. It's just you. It's Factorio, not people Oreo, not civilization. Factories. I've been telling you to build
It's a cold
stackers for ages.
existence.
I don't have stackers, you dumb fuck. I don't have that mod. You fucking idiot. Ban him.
Okay. I got him. Got him, sir.
Thank you.
Got him, boss man.
How is you? Oh, so what are you at in league? Diamond 3, Diamond 2.
Platinum 2, Steven.
Well, why? What happened?
Riot really just...
They have no
God be
respect for
testing
you.
me. Yeah, they have no respect then for me.
No respect, though.
God's just testing me. It's fine. He gives his hardest challenges to his strongest soldiers. I was supposed to play with Bing this morning. You know what that motherfucker did? He went to bed. I told him, hey, Bing, I'll be up at 7 a.m., so make sure you go to bed early and wake up at like 9 and then we can start playing. And he didn't. He went to bed at 7 a.m. and didn't play with me all day.
What an actual fucking
What a
piece of shit.
fucking loser.
Okay, if I'm gonna do this, I have to have it balanced so that all, because I can't have just one thing here full of ore dumping into one bin, right? I need to find a way to balance it to deliver ore to all of the...
Oh, I did call I had an inting Zoe earlier, and I did call them a pedophile.
Yes,
I was like,
king!
you're playing a pedo champion?
True!
You're a pedophile.
Thank you, yes!
I'm keeping it going. Am I or Destiny going to take the second cloak of displacement? I don't know. Does Nick need like a million other defensive things? It seems like I'm the one who needs all the defensive stuff.
Yeah, wait, why is Nick getting a +5 protection ring?
I don't know.
When he's like back line.
He's doing a little
We need to
better
look
than-
through that. We need to look through that. His AC is really low. Why is he ever getting
Yeah.
hit though?
I'm about to go
his
full
quota
fucking. The
surrounds him and
subreddit
shit.
is tilting me, so heads up. There
What'd they
is
do?
I'm flipping a coin. I'm flipping a coin, and if it lands on a certain direction, I'm gonna be
Flip a
asking you
coin?
guys for a list of all of your spells, and I'm gonna start micromanaging the fuck out of you guys. Okay, so yeah, that's what's gonna happen. We're not, because we're ending up some wacky shit.
What are they mad about?
That I'm not like involved enough in the planning sections, but like you guys are the ones with all the spells and shit, and it feels like if I'm involved, I'm gonna be saying like,
Yeah,
do you
but
have that
just
spell?
kinda
Are you gonna-"
sound like a victim sometimes.
I am a
It's like,
victim.
oh, I can't.
I am a victim, and I'm not gonna be a victim. I'm gonna take some agency, and I'm gonna say, all right,
Thank
tell me all the
fucking
spells you can
God.
have, and I'm gonna, yeah,
Good.
that's what we're gonna do.
Good.
For instance, here's a question: how long does Stone Skin last?
24 hours, I think.
Okay, why the fuck are we not just casting that immediately as soon as we show up in an area?
I don't know.
Like, as soon as we teleported into the tower, feels like we all should have just had Stone Skin right there. If it lasts for a whole fucking day, right?
We had the stone skin when we teleported in before we even teleported this time. But when we teleported into the field, we didn't have stone skin.
I'm not talking about the field. Wait.
When we teleported into the tower, you raged and you were like, well, why the fuck aren't we just casting stone skin before we teleport? And
Oh,
we
okay.
all
No,
agreed,
wait.
yeah.
Stone Skin is correct. How long does haste last? My bad. Let's see how this
Oh,
goes.
haste. 1 second. I gotta go read. I think like that's a few rounds.
It's at least a turn, I think.
3 rounds plus 1 round per level. So if Nick's level 13, that's 16 rounds. So 16 minutes. Which wouldn't be enough time for us to get
To
the
just
ball.
randomly drop it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. We need to have, like, protocols. Where, like, if this happens, then we do this. So we just know. Hold on, wait.
I'm
let
right
me-
there with you, dude. That totally made sense.
Well, like, the point of a protocol is so that if a situation happens, there's just everybody has an automated response. Oh, we do this, 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 and this. Boom, boom, boom. And it's all figured out, right?
Oh, sure.
So,
sure,
like, for
I
instance,
understand.
let's say we're in a situation where, like, Nick is in a zone of silence. Well, what do, right? Like, the standard response might be like, oh, Mutin and Destiny, like, you know, defend outside the zone of silence, and then until Nick can move out, and then cast buffs, and then we go. Like, stuff like that. We would have, like, standard run, like, what do we do? He's got to, I don't know, blah, blah. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Unbelievable moment in Call of Duty.
Fuckers. Por acá. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Stay inside. Get back inside. Oh, shit! Campo está libre. Muévete.
Hey, it worked. Wow, I don't have volume. I can't. What do you think about Ye? Do you think he's losing it?
Obviously, Kanye's losing it, but it doesn't mean that I have to dislike his music.
No one said
People
anything
are
about
all
that.
like, "Oh, you can't listen to Ye anymore." Fuck them.
Do you have do you think Yeezys are good shoes?
I did have a pair of Yeezy at one point, and I just never like really wore them. I like Ultra Boosts and New Balances. The New Balance shoes are very comfy as well. So, stick with Ultra Boost or get New Balances. That's my recommendation. Cat, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, beat the shit out of it. Beat him up.
Beat him up. Beat him up.
Yeah, actually, don't just joke about it. Fucking do it. Have some fucking agency.
No, do not hit the cat.
Beat the shit out of the cat.
Don't hit the cat.
I love the noises
Fuck the
they
cat.
make when they're squealing, when you're just squeezing them tighter and tighter. They're begging you to let them go.
Huh? What are you doing to the cat?
Murdering it.
Sounded a little sensual. That was...
That says way more about you than it does about me, if that's how you heard that, so.
No, that does
Okay.
say a lot.
I mean, like, listen, bruv. If that sounds like your idea of a good time, keep it to yourself, okay?
Not me.
It's all good, all right? All good in the hood.
No, I'm familiar with those noises. They come from our bedroom while Mr. Moon is locked himself in.
Jesus Christ.
How was the pizza place? Give me a review on the pizza. Dan said it was good, but I don't know if I can trust him.
It was pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah. I think my sense of taste is just
No, Miami food sucks.
No, for me, I think, because I'm thinking more and more when I eat. I'm basically thinking, like, is this, like, spicy enough for me? And if the answer is no, I usually just don't like it. And I think I've eaten too much spicy food.
You like spicy food?
Yeah, but now it's like, I think it's ruined my ability to enjoy, like, non-spicy food. I think it's not good.
I'm gonna keep it buck 50 with you. Miami food is not it.
I mean, some of the upper places are good. It's just really expensive.
It's really expensive, and we've gone to a lot of restaurants in Miami that just suck.
Any of them just suck?
Well, for the price, they just
yeah, for the price. That's
suck.
what I mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
Everything's too expensive.
Like the only real place that I enjoyed that wasn't giga expensive was the one steakhouse that we went to a few times.
Prime 112 or different one?
Yeah, actually, yeah, Prime 112. But even that place is pretty expensive.
That place is super expensive. Apparently Drake goes there.
Drake goes there?
Thai food is way better than Indian food in terms of spiciness. Try it. I just don't like Thai food. I've tried Thai food quite a few times. I just don't like it that much. It's meh.
He's racist, chat.
You've tried pad thai?
You've tried the most common fucking Thai dish ever, served in every fucking Thai.
gonna
Yes,
ask
I have. Yeah, I have. I have tried pad Thai. Right? You're gonna ask me? You like Chinese food? Have you ever had noodles before?
No.
What about rice?
Have you had coconut green curry?
Yes. I don't like curries. They're boring. From
Have you
Thai
had
places.
Pineapple fried rice?
Pineapple fried rice?
Yeah.
No.
Actually?
No. I have
You
not.
swear?
Yes, I swear.
Are you
know what
gonna
I
ask
like?
him
I want
every
me.
bit of
I want
fucking
some
Thai food?
I like me some chicken vindaloo. Okay, that's what I want. I want to go to a good Indian
Nice.
place, and have some good ass Indian food.
There's one okay Indian place that I know of in Miami. It's near that Korean barbecue place. It's called like Amar India or some shit. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Miami food sucks, unfortunately. For the
Not all of it, but a lot of it.
That one bakery was good, the one that was nearby.
True.
That was a good ass bakery. But everything was just really expensive. And
I
very
brought-
mid-tier.
I brought Steve a chocolate croissant one day, and he didn't even
You
fucking
didn't even eat it, right?
He didn't even eat it.
Yeah, because
No, he gave it to
on
Melania.
yeah dieting. You're trying to bring me fucking pastries? Fuck you.
Yeah, but it was so good, Steve, and we brought it to you with love.
Okay.
Reminder, Destiny doesn't play a character on stream except when he's giving food takes. All of his food takes are lies. Not a single one is trustworthy and represents his actual views. If you take the bait on a food take, that is your fault.
Wow.
Is that
Sounds
true?
like somebody got triggered for an absolutely true food take I probably gave.
I think the weirdest thing that I've seen you do, Steve, food-wise, is at like steak places, having steak and then having like a Coca-Cola with it.
As opposed
That's
to
just
what?
normal for Americans, though.
No, like you're supposed to have like I don't know, wine.
How fucking cringe. I would, but I'm not a high school girl anymore who has to drink wine with every fucking meal. Gross.
Wine enhances the meat.
Gross. Absolutely gross. I really like a good Chardonnay with my fucking steak.
We don't.
Oh,
we don't
my
drink white
well
wine in
done
this house.
fucking. No. You get red wine. Also, when you're in high school, you can't drink. Also, if someone has a child's food palate, okay, it's the dude that's sipping his sugar water. Why is that bubbly water? It almost has enough sugar for me. That's you.
You probably drink sparkling water, don't you?
Why don't
Yes, she does.
I rest my case. Yeah, I rest my case. I rest my case. Where the fuck is this even going? What is this set up for? What is attacking me?
Ever try a hot pot in Miami? No, I don't think so. Oh, I said it before. I'll say it again. I don't like going to fucking places and cooking my own food. Fuck Korean barbecues.
Damn. I just need my drones. Where you guys at?
Are those animals? Are you like fighting animals or some shit?
They're fucking bugs. They're trying to break my walls.
Gotta keep them bugs out.
I just need more turrets to get down there. Christ.
About the experience? If I wanted the experience of cooking, I'd do it at my house.
I love the markups for like Korean barbecue related stuff. It's so funny. They'll bring you like 6 slices of cow tongue and it's like $30 because you have to cook it yourself. I'm like, based.
There's a restaurant in Sweden where you have to bring your own food. Once it's done, it's tapas. What the fuck?
Oh my god, I fucked up. Okay. Boom. Boom, boom. Is there a way I can X out a whole bunch of stuff?
Korean barbecue is all you can eat meat? What do you mean?
Where have you ever been to an all
Where
you
have
can
you gone
eat?
that's all you can eat? Am I going to the wrong Korean barbecue
Hold on.
place?
I've been to over 20K BBQ places in my life. I've never in my life seen an all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue. That sounds based. If that exists in California, bro, I went to so many in and around LA. Every single one retard. Wait, what? Hold on, stop. Never mind. We're doing
There's
this.
one there's one in Toronto. I've only ever been to one Korean barbecue place with my family growing up, and we went to the same one again and again, and it was all you can eat. I thought that was the base.
I've never been to an all-you-can-eat one.
Have Steve and I been buying all you can eat Korean barbecues and just having like fucking one serving?
No,
all
you.
the
No,
all the
you.
places around me are all you can eat. Like
Okay,
all the
at
hot
every
places.
single KBBQ place I've been in, usually you've got 2 options. Either 1, you can order individual sections of meat, or 2, you can order like what is like, would you call it a flight? They'll bring you like
a platter of
they'll bring you like
different-
2 sets
yeah.
of this, 2 sets of this, 2 sets of that, 2 sets of that, or whatever. That's every single time I've been there. Is
So the one place my wife and I go to, that's literally right down the road from us, has a set menu where you pay a flat rate.
Yes.
And they, depending on the menu, you get unlimited portions of whatever's on that menu. So it's
Same
scaled
here.
upwards.
Oh, okay. Never
So
seen that before.
like you'll pay $30 and you'll get your basic like bulgogi and chicken and pork, and then if you pay like $35 or $40, then you can get things like certain types of steak, you can get octopus, you can get that. So it scales with what's available, and obviously the more expensive the larger the menu selections. But no, it's all you can eat.
I've never seen that either.
Same.
I haven't been to as
Very
many Korean
popular
barbecue
around
places.
DC.
Yeah, it's like that in Toronto too. There's like, you pay for the menu that you want, like the gold or the diamond.
Link what you're talking about. Link the place so we can look at the menu.
Sure. Hold on.
Wait,
25
but if
bucks
it's
for
up
all
your
you can
street,
eat
then
in
you're gonna dox
Irvine.
yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna link it in chat. I'm gonna have to link it to Destiny.
Okay, you just can't show
There's a
them.
place in Irvine that does it for $17 for lunch.
Show me.
I'm just confused. Where have you guys been going where you're paying for those paper thin cuts of meat, and like, how expensive, how much money have you been spending on non-unlimited Korean barbecue?
User joined your channel.
Mit dieser toxischen Art, ne? Da macht
Yeah,
man
I
sich
know,
keine
like,
Freunde.
Philipp, Aktionen haben Konsequenzen, ne? Das musst du auch noch lernen.
Ach, Johannes.
Du bist eine traurige Gestalt und dafür entschuldigt hast du dich auch noch nicht.
That's why I wanted Peach to link me a menu of a place she's
Du
talking
mich schon
about.
gespoilert hast,
Curious. I
das
just
ist
wanna
schon in
see it.
Ordnung.
I linked you one.
Because you are the one that's saying that you've seen these places before. Yeah, but you brought it up first.
Ich denke, ich bin auch dann mit dir die Welt erklären, ne? Du bist einfach zu respektlos.
Das du hast eh schon mal shit
See, this is another thing too, because people are acting like, oh no, it's so common, it's so common. It's like,
Das
okay, really show me. It's
muss
like,
ich
oh, well,
wieder
I
lauter stellen, weil du dein Mikro nicht im Griff hast.
It's like, okay. So you weren't even paying the bill. You don't even fucking know if it was all you can eat.
Muss ich ehrlich stehen sagen, ne?
Was?
Das muss an deinen Einstellungen
Okay,
liegen,
so
muss ich
14,
ehrlich
how do you
stehen
know it's all you
sagen.
can eat? You're not even paying the bill.
Okay, okay.
Do 14-year-olds not have brains that they can see?
Johannes,
Are you
Johannes,
asking
Johannes.
Dad, can I see the check to see if that was all you can eat or not?
It says on the menu.
I'm surprised you could read it.
Menu. It's all you can eat, and you have to choose a menu that you eat from, because there's like menu A that's only a vegetarian menu, and then there's a menu B, and that's like a chicken and a basic beef, and then the menu C.
Yeah, I've
is,
seen
like,
the menu A,
little
B,
more
and C, but usually every time I've been to a place, it'll say like, oh, for A, this is the selection of meat you can get. For B, this is the selection of meat you can get. For C, this is the. But there's like, it'll be like 2 sets of this, 2 sets of that, 1 set of that. It's not. I've never been to a place where they'll literally just bring you everything you want. 7,000 slices
Was hast du jetzt wieder rumgemeckert?
of the fucking other beef shit.
Philipp, ich mecker nicht nur. Und ich spoiler auch nicht.
Ach ja,
Ich
habe so wenig Spaß im Leben, ne? Da hat man einmal Spaß an der Weltmeisterschaft und jeden Tag spoilert ein anderer.
Jeden Tag spoilert ein anderer. Okay.
Ja.
Ja, das ist ja vorgespoilert.
Twitter hat mich schon gespoilert, dann
Das ist
LOL
ja eigene
E-Sport.
Dummheit, ne?
Hat mich schon gespoilert, weil es keine Non-Spoiler mehr gibt.
Because she's fucking
She's a fucking
huge.
bodybuilder. Yeah,
what
dude.
the fuck?
She's
a monster.
Seeing someone eat that much fucking food, I was like, holy shit. But like, in not like a mean way.
Und schön
The
traurig,
Ivy Ellen, I
ne?
don't know what her name is. I think her online name is Ivy and her in real life name is Ellen. She's really cool too.
10 Stunden geschlafen, das fühlt sich so gut an.
I'm trying to remember what it was. It might have been.
Ja, alles, ne? Ist gut, ne?
Okay, I don't know this true.
Mich ja schon mal dafür fertig gemacht, wenn ich so lange geschlafen habe.
Nee, hab ich nicht.
Doch.
Es gibt einen Unterschied zwischen 10 und 14 oder 16 Stunden, Philipp.
16 Stunden habe ich noch nie geschlafen, glaube ich.
This sounds like unbelievable to me.
14 vielleicht, auch 16.
Ich bin nur froh, dass ich jetzt alles aufnehme von deinen Dogshit-Takes, deine Spoiler, allem.
Takes, ja, das ist fair.
Ja.
You guys are saying $30 a person? There's no way you're getting all you can.
Fuck.
I just wouldn't believe it. I'd say nope. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I'm like Aragorn when the guy tells him that Frodo's dead. I won't believe it. I'm sorry. I'm a sorry. I'm a retard. I can't help I'm retarded. I just can't believe it. I'm retarded. I'm sorry.
Please stop. You're gonna get banned.
Sent you it, Steve. I sent you the PDF. It's a place in Toronto. This is where I used to go.
I can't help it. I'm a retard, Peach.
Has anyone ever had stone?
Kennst du No Jumper?
Has anyone ever had stone crab in Miami?
Kennst du No Jumper?
There are no more stone crabs.
No
Alaska
Jumper,
lost all
coolest
of them.
podcast in the world. And today, me, AD, and Flacco are going to be having a conversation.
Das davor fehlt mir noch. Ich habe jetzt nur Jumpers.
Kennst du No Jumper?
Nee.
It was trash, dude. It was not good.
Dann kann ich dir auch nicht helfen, ne?
This is CAD too. I don't
No.
believe it. No shot.
No Jumper.
I need to go to these.
No. No Jumper. No Jumper.
No, I can't believe it.
I don't know, accept Nick Fuentes.
Was meinst du?
Bro, this is every
So die
place.
krasse Serie, ich bin nicht voll da, sag ich.
Well, I
Guckst du für eine krasse Serie?
Well, I know that you had on
Preacher.
Tariq Nasheed
Was?
recently,
Preacher.
apparently to debunk me. You know, he
Preacher.
talked about me and some of my
Preacher.
views, so maybe we could talk about some of those things and recent news with Kanye. But
Also, mein Englisch immer kritisiert, kann ich sie auch gerne buchstabieren, wenn es dir lieber ist.
Ja, mach mal. Bin nicht
Ja.
sicher, ob du das hinkriegst.
R, ne? R.
Ja. Es ist schön, dass du Zeit findest, dass du schön überlegen kannst über den nächsten Buchstabe. Können wir das Ganze ein bisschen beschleunigen?
E wie Emily. A wie Archer. C wie Charlie. H. Was ist H? Keine Ahnung. Nochmal ein E und dann R.
Das kann sogar sein,
Reacher.
dass ich.
Jetzt weiß ich nicht. Ich habe so ein paar Clips gesehen und die Werbung fand ich nicht schlecht, aber bisher, ja, geht so. Mit diesem komischen Riesentypen, der da in dieses Dorf kommt und dann seinen toten Bruder findet.
Jack Reacher, past deceased, retired army.
Bronze Star, Silver Star, and a Purple Heart.
What in God's name is a guy like that doing in Margrave?
Weißt du, was da eine von seiner erste Serie war? Blue Mountain State. Sagt dir das überhaupt was? Warst du dafür nicht so jung?
Ich glaube, ich habe es nie angeschaut, muss ich ehrlich still sagen.
Kannst du anschauen, ist echt lustig. Richtig degenerate, ne?
Ach, das ist das mit dem. Oh, mit diesem Footballspieler, ne?
Ja.
Alright guys, we're going to be taking the NSX for a quick test drive. We're going to turn this thing down a little bit for the street because we took it out the other day and it was just blowing the tires off like crazy and I didn't have too much time to actually mess with the car. I want to tame it down some so if we do actually go drive this thing around, it's controllable on the street because for some reason this thing just wants to eat right now. And you know, I've turned it down from when we had it at the track, but these tires are just not hooking up. They are starting to get kind of old, so maybe a fresh set of tires would do the job, but we're going to do our best to try to tame this thing down real quick. Just pull some boost out of her and make her usable again on the street.
Now it's making too much power.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, the tires have been sitting for a long time, so like a fresh set of tires on this thing will probably fix all of that.
That was a lot better. Way more control than not all over the place. Tires were just like barely trying to spin, but not quite. That's right where you want it.
So I'm in the NSX right now. I just went and got some gas and it is freaking hot out, but right now I'm actually on my way over to the gym. As you guys saw, me and my girlfriend just took this thing out and we pulled some power out of it. I just got it hooking up a little bit better on the street and I'm on my way to the gym right now. I've been going for about 8 or 9 months, kind of on and off, but I've been pretty consistent at it. A lot of you guys can probably tell I didn't have somebody at the gym like waiting for fast cars, but once we're done. All right, you ready for this?
I don't know.
You've never been in a fast car at all. I think you're gonna enjoy it. Oh yeah, quality.
Quality.
Hey, she's from the 90s. She's perfect.
Ach ja, das. Alles kompliziert.
Was ist blöd?
Du hast ja gesagt, das machst du nicht mehr, deswegen will ich dich ja nicht weiter stören.
Okay, Philipp, okay.
Ja. Weiß ich ja nicht, warum du so gemein zu mir bist, ohne Grund.
Ohne Grund.
Ohne Grund. Ohne Grund.
Ich wähle das nächste Mal als Ergebnis auch vorher. Jetzt kommen die schönsten Spiele dafür, ne? Sehen wir mal, was ohne Grund ist.
Ich stelle das nicht.
Bullshit.
Mhm.
We were doing 75.
In like 2 seconds.
The whole time it was 75.
What do you mean?
Like top speed?
Yeah.
I have
How
no
fast have
idea.
you driven on the road?
Ugh.
The speed limit.
Speed limit.
If the track it went 174 at the back switch. Do I keep going this way?
Yeah, take this one.
If we were to really let it just go, it's geared to go over 200. It'd probably go like 215 topped out.
I feel like you almost stopped before you go fast.
What's that?
It's like you almost stopped before you go fast.
Yeah, on that last one. So this knob right here has a strain gauge on it. And I messed up and I pulled back and didn't let go fast enough. So I cut the car for a second. This lets you shift without needing the clutch. So I can just stay floored and just pull. So it has a little.
Stell ich
It's
mir
kind of
das
sensor
Essen oder nicht? Das ist eher nicht
idling right
vorne.
now.
Nein.
And if I
Nein.
listen to the whole car. Oh wait, it's in fifth gear, so. Yeah, the car shut off. And momentarily, for a split second, it killed the car, but it wasn't shift gears. Did you ever think some kid you'd be training would just show up in a
You know what?
fast-ass car?
I no longer am surprised by the people I've been meeting and what they're capable of. When I saw you, I was like, just a little kid who wants to
Just a little scrawny guy trying to bulk up.
try to get some size on him. Whew. That was great.
Yeah, too bad there was a lot of cars. We could have done a few more. But I think you get the idea. Gets to the speed limit really quick. Good thing we only went 65.
Barely.
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 I don't even know if we did that.
Felt like 50. Woo.
Well, thanks for riding along. Thanks for all the training you give me. I'm slowly getting there.
This was fun.
We've made progress.
I'll see you not tomorrow, next week.
Yeah, next week.
All right.
And enjoy training all those other people you got.
I will. Bye.
See ya. Well, boys, I just got back from the gym not too long ago. All I can say is the NSX is hands down one of the best purchases we have made. I absolutely love this car. Anytime we take it out, we have a blast. I hope you enjoyed today's video, taking my trainer for a ride in this thing. I definitely need to give some more reactions in the NSX because I always have so much fun just letting people experience a fast car for the first time. It is awesome, and what better car to do it in than a 1,000 horsepower NSX. And it's surprising that this one is still the fastest one in the world. I know there are some of you other guys out there trying to build some fast NSXs. Let's see them, dude. I think the NSX can have a lot of potential. There's no reason there shouldn't be some low 8-second NSXs out there at the drag strip. I mean, this one's still in full street trim, and it is a 8-second car.
Well, I'm
Currently
a
the only
fan.
8-second
I'm a
NSX
fan
out
of
there.
hip-hop, but I wouldn't say that
this
I'm
body
like
style in this generation that I know of. So it's pretty insane, boys.
Rap music. Predominantly Kanye West. I know that's going to sound like I'm bandwagoning because of the recent developments, but I've been a huge Kanye fan for probably 5 or 6 years. But I also listen to other things. I listen to like Nas and Tribe Called Quest and things like that. So I like hip hop music. I like rap music.
So black art is just fine with you. You don't mind hearing the lived experiences of black people. I feel like most people would assume that that's not something you'd be interested in.
No, I actually like a lot of black music, not just hip hop, but I like soul music. I like funk music, R&B. I'd probably say most of the music I listen to actually is black. I listen to a lot of music. I listen to a lot of white stuff
Hi
too.
guys.
But
Hello.
yeah, no, I
Thank you
enjoy
guys
that.
for
So
watching this
you don't like to
video,
be called a white.
and thank you so much for your supportive comments about the current situation between Russia and Ukraine. And today we want to talk to you openly and tell you what we think about it, what we feel about it, and what influence the situation has on our family. So during those first days when it all started, we simply were devastated, and it took us really 2 weeks to get ourselves together and to talk, because it really was so shocking and unbelievable that it all happened, and it's for real that the first 3, 4, 5 days we were all stuck in our telephones, following the news, following how it all develops, and we were simply crying and just trying to get ourselves together, because still we have the work to do. I was passing the exams, which are itself can be hard. Dima has a hard project at work, and we had to take care of our kids. And slowly, just step by step, we hold ourselves together, and now we live in a new reality together with you guys.
Yes, yeah, unfortunately,
Wow.
it's really hard for us
Ach,
to
irgendwie
say
unzufrieden,
how
Johannes.
the people in Ukraine feel.
Wenn ich die frage, mit was, dann kommt ja wieder nur so ein komischer Kommentar, ne?
Hä?
Also
Wieso?
brauche ich gar nicht fragen.
Bisher habe ich irgendwie meine frei ziemlich gewastet, muss ich ehrlich sagen.
Ja, wieso?
Warte mal kurz meinen Rücken.
Right now, we are sure
Weil
it's
du nichts
horrible,
gemacht hast.
horrible situation. But
Du musst ja auch nichts machen, so wie du gesagt hast.
Ja, doch. Ich muss eigentlich ein Buch lesen, oder das habe ich zumindest schon mal angefangen, die ersten 10 Seiten.
Was für ein Buch musst du lesen?
Ach, ich musste voll viel Theoriekacke schreiben, da muss ich halt so ein Buch lesen. Was heißt lesen muss?
Deine Theorie ist noch nicht fertig.
Hm?
Normalerweise
Nein, das ist zu kompliziert. Ich muss ein Buch lesen, das reicht.
Ich möchte nur mit dir reden, ne?
in this video we're speaking about.
Ich habe einen theoretischen Teil und den muss ich halt mit irgendeinem Hintergrundwissen natürlich belegen.
Richtig, und das macht man meistens am Anfang.
Nee, macht man nicht am Anfang.
Warum würdest du die Theorie nicht am Anfang machen, wenn sie sowieso noch schreiben musst?
Ach, ja, das ist alles kompliziert.
Ja, erklär's mir, ne?
Nee.
Das ist schon wieder so richtige Philipp-Logik.
Ich bin ja noch am Anfang.
Hey, du hast gesagt, du bist fast fertig.
Was?
Mit der Bachelorarbeit.
Ja. Weil ich den praktischen Teil als erstes machen musste. Weil ich den in der Arbeit gemacht habe. Und jetzt muss ich das, was ich in der Arbeit mache, theoretisch formulieren, dass ich das vorstellen kann.
Okay. Banger. No way ist echt Shit im Tweeten, ne?
Wer?
No way.
Gut, der arme Bub. Ist halt nicht der Social Media Experte. Aber der ist gerade auch krank.
Wie lange ist der krank? 2 Wochen?
Ja, der wird irgendwie nicht besser sein, Corona.
Mein Chef hat's auch ziemlich erwischt, der hat gar nicht gut ausgesehen.
Wer?
Mein Chef.
Dein Chef?
Ja.
Ach so. Das ist bestimmt auch so ein Corona-Leugner. Alle Corona-Leugner kriegen das. Hm. Ja, geht aber auch gerade normale Grippe, geht anscheinend auch gerade rum. Die soll auch nicht so friendly sein. Muss ich gar nicht vorstellen, werde mich wahrscheinlich auch noch impfen lassen gegen normale Grippe dieses Jahr.
Lass dich impfen.
Hm. Aber eigentlich müssten wir es jetzt mal schon anfangen sollen. Ist ein bisschen arg spät.
Ja.
Living abroad, see and feel it. This video where again is Russians want to tell you how do we feel, how speaking Russian.
Let's start with propaganda because, as Dima says, we can cover all their media sources.
Yeah.
As well, we have a lot of friends in Poland who are from Ukraine. All our friends in Poland are Ukrainian because, as you know, guys, we lived in Poland for 8 years. And we see the news feed from them, we see the news feed from European media and American media, and we see the news feed from Russian-owned media. And the worst
Gerade, ich habe aber Hunger, Johannes.
one of the
Philipp, du bist ein erwachsener Mann, du kannst machen, was du willst. Ne?
Ja, ich dachte, das ist dein Ratschlag. Hätte irgendwelches fundiertes Hintergrundwissen.
Ja, es hat fundiertes Wissen, dass ich dich hasse.
Okay.
Dass ich finde, du könntest jetzt mal wieder nett bestellen.
Warum? Ich habe noch gar nichts gegessen.
Erstens glaube ich dir kein Wort, ne?
Doch, ich habe heute eine Müllermilch getrunken.
Ich habe
Dann
dich
haben
vorhin
wir alles-
irgendwas löffeln hören, Philipp.
Ich habe nichts gelöffelt. Legit nicht. Ich habe nur eine Müllermilch getrunken, danach war mir so schlecht, dass ich da nichts gegessen habe.
Also du willst mir sagen, du hast keinen Joghurt gegessen?
Nein! Gestern habe ich einen gegessen. Ich habe keinen mehr. Ich hatte Milchreis nicht gegessen.
Das kann auch gestern gewesen sein.
Weil die Milchreis, die Landliebe Milchreis sind gerade im Angebot, Jonas.
Danke, danke, danke.
Ja, ich wollte ja nur nett sein, ne?
Ja, doch. So Dogshit.
Oh, ich habe dir nichts getan. Du bist gemein zu mir. Obwohl ich bin eigentlich immer nett zu dir. Ist das schon mal aufgefallen, Jonas? Wollte ich mal nur so sagen, ne? Supportive. War deine Mutter jetzt eigentlich bei der Nachkontrolle? Mein Vater macht's auch nicht, hat er gesagt. So einen Scheiß braucht er nicht, hat er zu mir gesagt.
Glaub nicht. Ich glaub legit, die waren nicht.
Und ich mich
Frag mich echt, wie die warum,
Wenn
keine
wir den
Ahnung.
killen können?
TP,
Okay, lass,
TP,
lass,
lass.
doch,
Ich muss
geh
schon
nach
mit
unten.
Eltern
Ich,
reden, dass die mal was machen, was man ihnen sagt. Geht einfach nicht. Ja, keine Ahnung, da war ich arg jung, ne? Das war Abwrackprämie.
Hm?
Mein Bruder hat das damals, mein Bruder hat sein Auto damals abwracken lassen.
Mein Bruder auch.
Das ist schon ewig her, oder? Was war das? 2010 oder so? 2009 steht hier. Kann das sein?
2,9.
Bei der Erinnerung selber nicht schlecht, ey.
$1,7 Millionen Anträge wurde damals eingereicht.
Mhm. Und war ja, hat sich auch für viele richtig krass gelohnt.
Ja.
Supremacist?
No, I don't identify that way at all.
Why not?
Well, I'm Christian, so there are arguments about genetics and things. Like I think there's definitely a genetic reality to life. About there are white people, there are black people, and there are Hispanic and Asian people. Like races are real, but as a Christian, I believe that we all have souls as well, and so we're all equal in that sense before God. I think that there are differences between people as individuals and as groups. But we all fundamentally have an equality in the sense that we're all created. So
Nick, you know what you're doing, and you know that people watching this at home are going to read between the lines. When you say race is real, they're going to take that as a dog whistle. I believe that's how they would use that phrase.
Yeah.
To indicate that you're advocating for race realism, aka black people are not as smart as white people and Asian people.
Well, that's not really what race realism is. And I know that Destiny and I've seen you entertain this as well. People say that I put on a certain face and I put on a facade and I disguise my real views. But I'm very open about my real views. I've been canceled for my real views. I've been canceled because I don't hide my real views. And when I say race is real, that doesn't mean black people are dumber than white people. It means that there is a reality to race which is both constructed and biological, in the sense that race is real in the sense that, like, some people say I'm not white because I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish. But for the sake of example, let's say I'm white, and that means certain things to me in a constructed way. It means I have a certain nationality, and you could say there's a history there and there's a cultural thing, but you could also say there's a genetic component too. Like white people have white skin. That's determined by genetics. And so race realism is simply the idea that race is a biological reality. Now, what you're talking about is these disparities in IQ, which someone who believes in race would say that disparities in IQ, well, IQ is a heritable characteristics. You would say that that's the difference in IQ between the races is a function of a genetic difference. It doesn't mean that blacks are dumber than whites. And by the way, I brought up Destiny a moment ago because he's been popularizing this. He's been trying to say, oh, Nick believes these things, but he's going to put on his good face. Destiny believes in the same facts. He just doesn't believe in the genetic explanation, which is a legitimate explanation. He just doesn't tell you that.
Right. So, I mean, would you say that you've been smeared by the mainstream media or whatever as being more racist than you are?
Yeah. I mean, they lie about my views because, like I said, I'm very open about my views. I'm not ashamed of them. I'm looking for people to tell my views, and I could give it in the most extreme way. But people say things like Nick wants to live in a whites-only country, and Nick thinks whites are better than other people. And it's like I don't believe those kinds of things. So, Yeah, so I am Sumerian.
What is your overall opinion about African American people?
I think they're. What do you mean, my overall opinion?
Just off the bat, what do you think about black people?
I think they're good people. I love people. I love all kinds of people. I love black people. You know, my family goes back in Chicago like 4 generations, and so my family's grown up with black people, lived with and among black people for over 100 years. You know, my grandmother, she grew up in the projects in Chicago. My parents, they ran a security school on the south side of Chicago, South Loop, where they train a lot of black people how to shoot guns and become security guards and cops and things like that. I grew up in the suburbs, so I didn't have as much interactions with black people as my parents and grandparents, but I think they're upstanding people. I like their art. I think they're talented. You know, I'm friends with a lot of black people, so.
But you would rather live in an ethno state and all the races just sort of stick together?
I wouldn't say that necessarily, because the thing is that all countries have some amount of diversity. What I would say is I'm against immigration, because America's always been a white and black country since its founding. You know, when the United States was founded, or when Europeans began to settle, even though obviously blacks were brought over as slaves, when they were emancipated and before that, it was a country that was white and black. And that is a dynamic that's changing in the last 60 years because of immigration. So I don't know that I would say like, oh, I'd prefer to. I mean, it is what it is. The country is what it is. I just want to stop immigration.
In what sense? Like, you just think that we allow people into the country too easily, or do we not allow the right kinds of people? I've heard that argument, that it's easy for like low skill workers to get into America, and that they sometimes make it hard for like PhDs to stay in the country.
It's just too many. That's the problem. Because the thing is, I guess I'll say it another way. I'm not necessarily against immigration, but we have now is like millions of people coming in every year, where you're getting tens of millions in a very short amount of time. And it's just changing how the country is fundamentally. Countries can have immigration. They can bring in, you could say, a lot of people without changing like the demographic composition of the country, which is what we're doing. We used to have an immigration policy for a long time where it restricted the immigration groups based on national origins, and we would let them in waves, so they would come in and they'd assimilate. What we had after the 65 Immigration Act and the 1990 Immigration Act is they just opened up the spigot of immigration, and the people come and they just don't stop, and they come in bigger numbers every year, and it never relents and never stops. And what's happening now is it's just totally changing the landscape of the country culturally, in terms of the language, our identity as a nation. And that's honestly bad for everybody that considers themselves an American, I think. So, I mean, we can have low-skilled people to address, you know, the labor needs, or high-skilled people, depending on, you know, what you need. But bring in, you know, 100,000 people. Don't bring in like 3 million people in a year, you know?
Right. What I will say is that when I see like a fucking refugee crisis, I'm just like, why is there any kind of pressure on us to allow
seat up to urinate and then put it down after I'm done? At your request, that is 2 seat repetitions per urinary event. This arrangement means that if you go into the bathroom, you can just sit down and urinate and leave with 0 seat repetitions per urinary event. Would it not then be a fair and equitable marriage arrangement, creating a scenario where we are both responsible for only 1 seat repetition per urinary event? And she's gone. If I...
Meinst du ihn oder sie?
Ihn.
Echt? Ich bin bei ihr.
Was? Ich finde das nämlich auch unfair.
Wie wär's mit No Seat Repetitions und die scheiß Brille bleibt einfach immer unten?
Nein.
Du fühlst dich in deiner Männlichkeit da gekränkt, wenn du im Sitze pinkeln sollst.
Das ist richtig, Jan, das ist richtig.
Ja, glaube ich dir, ne? Das ist echt... Ich muss ehrlich sagen, das ist das Problem mit deiner Generation, ne?
Ja, jetzt ist wieder die
You spent 5 years in prison for failing to pay child support for the defendant, Ms. Sears' son, Dylan.
That's right.
Mr. Manser, you are not
Oh, God.
his father.
Oh, man. 5 years in prison.
Do you know Yes, ma'am. You know who his father is. Yes, I talk to him still. You claim you spent
Jesus, hast du eins weiterklickt?
Ne. Der Lion und der Witch, meinst du das?
Ja, aber du musst Ton anmachen. Holy shit.
You are not
Oh, God.
his father.
Oh, man. 5 years in prison.
Do you know? Yes, ma'am. You know who his father is. Yes, I talk to him still. You claim
Was ist jetzt da die
failing
gerechte
to pay-
Strafe?
Hä?
Was ist da die gerechte Strafe, Johannes? Wie lange muss die Frau jetzt ins Gefängnis? 10 Jahre?
Ne, ich finde, er hätte schon gar nicht ins Gefängnis dürfen.
Ja, aber jetzt ist ja das passiert. Wie lange müsste sie ins Gefängnis? 10 Jahre?
Wie muss das
15
zahlen,
Jahre?
was er in den 5 Jahren verdient hätte?
Kann die doch niemals.
defendant, Miss Sears' son, Dylan.
That's right.
Mr. Manser, you
Das kann
are
doch niemals,
not
Johannes.
Oh, God.
his father.
Oh, man. 5 years.
Und ihr wollt mir erzählen, dass der 5 Jahre im Gefängnis sein musste, um ein. Warum macht ihr nicht einen Vaterschaftstest?
His father.
Muss ja auch in Deutschland nicht.
Wenn du jemanden ins Gefängnis schickst, weil er keinen Child Support zahlt. Glaube ich nicht.
Musst du nicht.
Fuck, warum nicht? Natürlich. Du schickst ihn quasi ins Gefängnis.
Ja. Wenn die davon beide nicht ausgehen, dass es nicht so ist und keiner das in Frage stellt, dann müssen die das nicht.
Er hat nicht zahlt, er hat es ganz klar in Frage gestellt.
Jetzt wollte er es auch einfach noch nicht zahlen. Oder das Geld nicht selber.
Und jetzt ist er auf die Idee gekommen, um einen Vaterschaftstest zu verlangen. Wenn es so ist, dann hat er seine Strafe verdient.
Ja, ist okay. Ich glaube, das ist irgendwie relativ komisch und stellt ja auch wenige in Frage, wenn es in dieser Geburtsurkunde drin steht. Und dafür diese Geburtsurkunde machst du ja keinen Vaterschaftstest.
Okay.
Probably seen.
Those are stickers.
They're not. It's a fucking dirty pictures.
It's stickers.
Do you send that to a 14-year-old girl, do you?
She
Stickers.
started sending those, not me.
Oh, you talking some
Don't be
shit?
full of shit, you
You're
are.
full of shit. We've got everything what you've said. This is just a bit of what you said.
Trust me, I'm a
I
fucking
do not trust you. You're here to
I'm a
rape
fucking
a
here to have
child.
sex with her.
Yeah, you are.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not.
So hopefully the fucking
I'm
you
not.
caught your ass. Oh, 13-year-old. She's 13, yeah.
She's 14 on Tuesday.
Yeah. Right, listen.
I'm only
Right.
here to surprise her for a
Listen,
baby.
are you listening to
Come
me? I'm
on.
trying to go through it. Yeah. When they're meeting Leeds, she can play with his dick and have it inside her. He will lick her juicy pussy when she performs oral sex on him. It will be like licking chocolate. You're a fucking dirty bastard.
Yeah, I didn't write that.
Stop
I
talking
didn't
shit.
write that, mate.
Why are you here? Why
I
are you
didn't
here?
write that.
Yeah, you fucking
She told
did.
me her birthday was Tuesday. That's why I'm here.
No, listen.
If her
you
birthday
full
isn't
shit.
Tuesday, I wouldn't be here.
Right, do you know? All right then. Why were you going to buy a alcohol?
Alcohol's for 13 years old girl.
Do you know this? You are going to go to court and they're going to see you're a straight line bastard because it's all on your fucking phone. All right. So when you go to court, you're going to probably end up with a bigger jail sentence. You don't know you're getting.
Ich eigentlich von, dass diese 5 Mädchen, die diesen Jungen, die alle dem Jungen vorgeworfen, dass es eine Gefahr vergewaltigt hat, dass die keine einzige von denen eine Strafe bekommen hat?
Wie alt sind die?
Keine Ahnung, ich glaube so 16 oder so waren die im Average. wie lange gehst du in den Knast, wenn du als Minderjähriger jemanden vergewaltigt hast? Was schätzt du? 5 Jahre? Maximal, probably.
Von was reden wir? Reden wir von 14? Oder von 16?
Ja gut, 16 ist schon ein bisschen arg alt, ja. Ja, zwischen 14 und 16.
Also
aber
noch nicht 16.
14 ist schon low. Sagen wir 16.
16 ist schon relativ alt. Maybe 4. Aber ehrlich gesagt ist das ein bisschen schwer rauszufinden jetzt.
Richtig, ja. Das ist richtig.
Ich habe auch nicht wirklich Lust, das jetzt anfange zu googeln.
Sonst wird der FBI-Agent nämlich nicht aufmerksam werden.
Das ist so eine schlechte Idee.
Schlechte Idee ist es bestimmt nicht, ne?
Takes the shape of your hand, and then when you lock it into place, it maintains that shape, and then you have a 100% custom grip to use. Every time you come back, it's custom for you. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. Ready? When you squeeze it, it takes the shape of your hand, and then when you lock it into place, it maintains that shape, and then you have a 100% custom grip to use. Every time you come back, it's custom for you. Okay?
see, some of us don't know English properly.
Can
and then
Honorable
we
Madisa,
can only come and say,
Honorable
hong,
Madisa,
hong, 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 like that.
Honorable
member.
Matisa,
Yes. Hong, hong, hong.
Honorable Matisa,
Hong, hong,
Honorable
hong. This kind of
Honorable
thing.
Madisa.
Ray YX.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel. Bei dir? Philipp? Philipp? Was ist passiert? You look lonely.
Welcome to Vegas, baby. I want you to come and play me. Give me the money, give me diamonds, give me rubies, baby. Take me on that trip. I wanna go shopping. Get on your knees and beg me, please, to let you in me. I wanna ride a bunny, I wanna ride a bunny, I wanna ride a bunny.
Didn't know you could move like that. Two-step real smooth like that. All night get down like that. Turn around, make it bounce like that. Didn't know.
Brave New World Philip.
Fucking feel like allowing into our country. Like, it's just not, it shouldn't be our problem at a certain point, and it's just crazy that we're expected to make this our problem, that people are just showing up and trying to come in. I don't know.
And that's the question: is what is their government's responsibility to their own people? Every time there's a government that gets toppled, or there's a horrible economic disaster or something, that like in Haiti. Haiti's a good example. There's something going on right now. And the Haiti government collapsed because their government stole all this money. They have this deal with Venezuela where Venezuela loans them oil, and the Haitian government can defer payment for the oil, and they could sell the oil and then make money on it. And then they were supposed to use that for social programs. And the government just stole all the money. So then when the Venezuelan economy collapsed, they stopped exporting oil, and the fuel prices shot up. And now the Haitian government owes the money on the oil. And so now the economy's in free fall. There's gangs controlling the streets. And now all these refugees are coming to the United States and Central America.
Look at this refugee right here.
Gang. We talk about
Haitians. Yeah. Yes.
Sneeko, welcome to the
to the gang, I guess.
Panel.
Yeah.
Not a gang. I'm not in a gang with Nick. I'll take that back.
I'm in a gang with Nick.
You are. See,
I'm in God's gang with Nick and Ye.
Jesus gang. Let's
I'm
go.
glad that you're back. Well, you guys, AD will agree with you on that. He's a big God guy.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but I'm glad that Sneeko is here because this was all his plan. I think that the whole theme here is basically Sneeko saying that Nick Fuentes should be normalized and treated like a part of acceptable society, and that's what we're trying to hash out today.
He should be. And I think now that Ye's getting canceled and that he just signed with Parlay is proving the fact that if you talk about a specific group, that you will automatically be deplatformed. And you saw, I don't know if you talk about what happened with Nori, but Nori went on every fucking radio show apologizing for someone else's comments because all Ye said was he's jealous of Jewish power. That's as far as it went. And then even if someone's
That's a
on
nice
your
view
platform,
of what he said. He actually said something like way more aggressive than that.
Yeah, but it was all because of the George Floyd comments.
That too. I think like the Jews stuff almost got pushed to the background in favor of people really trying to cancel him for the George Floyd shit.
Nah, hell nah.
No,
I think the
100%.
Jewish stuff was definitely like the prominent issue there, right?
I think they're both issues, but I just felt like I saw a lot more people honing in on the George Floyd shit.
I've never seen anybody, like quote unquote, get mass canceled for being quote unquote racist, right? In terms of somebody black right now, I believe that Kanye, especially like this morning with Hot 97, they brought him on to like address like his statements towards like like the quote unquote like Jews, right? Not right, but no here, right? But look at this though, again. But the main issue was Kanye was quote unquote anti-Semitic, and he got canceled for that. And then Kanye went on Drinks Champ and pretty much doubled down on his takes on Jews, and that's what I think the issue is, bro. And again, like me personally, I don't think that Revolt or like IG or like YouTube is out here canceling Kanye because he said some racist shit.
Well, we don't know if
folks.
We don't know if the Drink Champs interview was removed because of Revolt making the decision or YouTube deciding to remove it. Although if YouTube might have said we're gonna remove it if you don't remove it, or Revolt might have just done it on their own accord.
Yeah, it was probably Nori's publicist. His manager called him up and said,
Privated it though.
But Ye was wilding. Ye was talking crazy about the Jewish power. So what you need to do to protect yourself in your bank account right now is delete the video and go on every single radio show and apologize, or else they're going to come after everything and all your money. And so he did that. He said, okay, it's actually not worth it. I don't care what Ye said. I'm sorry. I just want to keep my bank account and I don't want to go on a no-fly list because of something that Ye said.
Well, it is weird if you're Nori and Kanye just start saying like, well, George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. And I mean, you're not the fucking coroner. Like, what do you know? Like, how is Nori supposed to respond to that?
Stick to the science of it, though.
Yeah,
they said that he lost his life because of a lack of oxygen.
But does Nori have these facts memorized? Like, that's why it's awkward, and that's why people say that we shouldn't platform people like Nick Fuentes.
He's too smart.
Because they're just gonna say some random shit, and we're just gonna go along with it. But the more specific accusation about Nick is that he is basically bundling up his white supremacist ideas in this nice sports coat and everything, and that he acts real cool. Hey, I love black art. Yeah, Nas is cool. And that's what I like. That's what people are gonna fucking destroy me for, is if I am not perceived as being aggressive enough towards Nick.
And I seen some shit today, and I said, you know what? I usually don't do my homework and shit like that. I seen some shit today that made me disgusted as an African American today.
Well, lay it out there, AD.
All right. So for one, you said you never seen black people jog before.
I'm at Arbery. Nah,
you were
that's not
disgusted
funny.
by that.
Well,
yeah, white people
by that
jogging is a white people activity.
No. But in the sense of Ahmaud Arbery, you know what I'm saying, the way he lost his life because jogging in a neighborhood and in some, you know what they did to him. That's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I'm a black person. I don't look like I jog, but I jog. You know what I mean? Like,
come on, where do you jog? You jog in the streets?
Nigga,
Lululemons?
No, I don't live in the streets anymore. I moved out the streets, so I jog in a nice neighborhood.
Well, you
where I
still
stay
got
right
streets.
now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
the sidewalk.
yeah.
Well, and if you look at the specifics of the case, though, and that's a little bit of old news, so I may be a little fuzzy on the details, but he was jogging a long way from where he lived. He was jogging in boots. You know, you can jog, but usually jog in sneakers, you jog in gym shoes, you don't jog in boots. And there was a series of break-ins reported in the area too. And he was caught on camera on that construction site. And I remember at the time, Matt Walsh from Daily Wire was like, this is just something that guys do. We go in, we climb the fence, we jump in, and we walk around construction sites to say, and it's like, okay, so he's in boots, he's miles from his house, he's jogging, he's on the construction site, there's burglaries in the area. Now, I'll admit, the way they pulled a gun on him, I would probably say that was probably over the line. And, they got charged for that. I would say, is that a first degree murder? No. What do you call that? I'm not like a lawyer. I don't know what you would call that. But the point is they try to make it out like this was the new Ku Klux Klan. The most you could say about it is the guys were overzealous about it.
But a guy ended up losing his life at the end of it.
Yeah.
And I think that for once again
for
them to
technically jogging.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you can't argue if all those facts are true of a guy fucking far from home jogging in work boots. That is pretty out of the ordinary. I think that the main issue people had with it was just the amount of force that those guys demonstrated and how comfortable they seemed to be with basically taking the law into their own hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, should they have pulled a gun on him? I said, I think that was inappropriate. But they try to expand this because that preceded the George Floyd thing by a few months. They try to turn that into there's a systemic white supremacy problem among the police, and it's like that's where you draw the line. Is this sort of like a bad situation, or does this represent this horrible undercurrent? I think if anything, it's quite the opposite. I think if anything, blacks get treated better than white people.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
I lived in some of these. I lived in Compton almost my whole life. And the way the police used to treat me and my friends was terrible, bro. And
not by the police. I'm talking about by the university. I'm talking about by the media, by the institutions. Sorry to interrupt, but
nah, I disagree with that as well too. I feel like now we're getting a lot of light shed on things because of social media and people having more voices than they usually have. But before, a lot of shit used to get swept under the rug. Like where I come from, I seen all type of, injustice that people don't even get to talk about. I got a lot of homeboys behind bars for shit that they didn't do. You know what I mean? One of my earliest memories that I could tell you about, I remember I was in a neighborhood one time and I got pulled over. And the police, they were asking me, oh, where you from and everything. They're checking my tattoos and stuff like that. I tell them, oh, nothing, whatever it is, what it is. The fucking, I don't know if it's a chief or whoever it was that pulled me over, he just leaves me for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? In a bad neighborhood. And when he comes back, he smiles at me and my key is bent. I can't even drive my car. You know what I'm saying? You want me to get hurt when I was just, going to work.
That's
doing
your
what
example of he left. Why is the neighborhood bad?
What do you mean?
Who's in the neighborhood? Is that a white neighborhood?
No, it's not a white neighborhood.
He bent the key.
He bent the key.
Oh, I see. He bent.
To where I couldn't start my car. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think though that I guess blacks are, treated better in this country?
Or why is it so hard to believe that there are racist police officers?
I'm not saying there aren't racist.
It's just the idea that the whole institution is white supremacist is way over the line.
That,
No.
That's kept to keep people brainwashed and yelling about stupid shit during the quarantine so that they focus on non-problems instead of what's really going on.
No, but
Black Lives Matter didn't solve anything, and they told us to focus on this one instance of George Floyd. So maybe Ye was wrong talking about the fentanyl. I'm not sure, but the whole idea of it was that George Floyd was just used as an example to make everybody outraged, and it worked. And we didn't solve anything with it. $85 million went nowhere, and the neighborhoods that they were trying to protect are worse now.
Well, that definitely seems like it's true, yeah.
No, but
and the thing is, I'm not like a big cheerleader for the cops or anything. I'm not like a Blue Lives Matter guy by any stretch. I'm not by any stretch a person that's going to say because there's cops that are assholes to black people and white people. And I think the cops as an institution are totally corrupt. When I say that, like George Floyd's a perfect example. Here's a guy who is a criminal. Here's a guy who is dealing drugs. He's got a long rap sheet. He's a burglar. And the guy clearly died from fentanyl. The autopsy report in that county said that he died of a heart attack. And he had all these drugs in his system. He not only had fentanyl, but also had methamphetamine in his system.
But the
coroner
said
that
he died from the knee on his neck,
from
right?
The knee on his neck.
Autopsy said it was a heart attack. Autopsy said it was a heart attack.
Is there a disagreement between the autopsy and the coroner?
I believe there were 2 autopsies performed. I think there was one that was performed by the county and one that was performed by somebody else. But yeah, there was a dispute about that. And they did find drugs in his system. So And in any case,
But what does drugs have to do with the situation of why he got arrested in the first place?
well, he died from he got arrested because.
Hallo?
Warum rufst du mich an?
Weil du dann antwortest und bei dir ein riesig Krach war und dann warst du auf einmal weg.
Ja, war halt kurz weg.
Ja, was ist passiert?
Nix.
Dein Tisch zusammenkracht.
Nee.
Dein Stuhl.
Nee.
Dich jemand verprügelt.
Ja. Ach, Johannes.
Thank you for coming. Thank you all for buying tickets. Oh, I love you. I love you. I think you're a really nice woman. Hey, let me out like that fetish. She does that. That turns me on. Now she turned me on. How am I going to see? You're my favorite.
Fuck you!
Say it.
You are the reason.
Oder hast du deinen Lieferservice nicht bezahlt und der ist reingekommen, hat irgendwas zerschlagen und hat deine Börse mitgenommen?
Ach, Johannes.
Ja, sag halt.
Ja, es ist doch nichts passiert.
Ja, bei was?
Ich hatte wieder einen Krampf im Bein, hatte mein Bein unter meinem Tisch, wenn ich das hoch, so eine Kiste, wo ich meine Beine drauflege, und dann hat es meinen Tisch fast umgeschmissen.
Nimmst noch.
Jetzt habe ich gerade wieder geholt, ja.
Was hast du geheult?
Das geheult habe ich nicht, nein, danach habe ich mir Ding geholt, Magnesium aus der
Aha.
Tüte. Und habe es in warmem Wasser aufgelöst.
Ja, du weißt, wie das mit Magnesium funktioniert, ne?
Ja, ich muss mir in den Arsch einführen.
Nein, du isst so viel, bis du Dünnschiss kriegst und dann reduzierst du ein bisschen.
Nee. Dann bin ich einfach wieder für eine Woche und dann geht es wieder 2 Monate und dann kriege ich es wieder nicht für eine Woche.
Ja, warum nimmst du dann nicht einfach durch?
Warum soll ich das durchnehmen? Ich brauche es ja nicht durchgehen. Wenn, dann müsste ich es mir angewöhnen, einmal in der Woche oder so zu nehmen. Aber das vergesse ich dann irgendwann immer.
Nimmst du einfach jeden Abend, so wie ich. Also nicht Magnesium, aber Tablette halt. Jeez.
Because he was trying to pass a counterfeit bill. So he was in the process of committing a crime. And then he was tweaking out because he was high. And then he was in this unfortunate position where, you're high and probably having some kind of heart attack or some kind of medical episode while you're in the process of an arrest.
Well, if you can't breathe and you're screaming out, mommy, you know what I'm saying? And you're saying that you can't breathe and they keep putting force on him. I mean,
he was saying he couldn't breathe before he was on the ground. He was saying he couldn't breathe before they were trying to get him into the cop car, and he was saying that. And I understand what you're saying, but the problem is we start in the middle of the story where you got a guy who's like a criminal, you got a guy who's in the process of committing a crime, and he's high, and people want to start the story where he's on the ground and say, oh, well, they shouldn't have done this technique or whatever, and it sort of ignores the fact that, why do you have so much exposure between the
Great to see you again.
It's
great pleasure.
It's because black people are committing the majority of violent crime. That's the real problem. If they had a crime rate similar to white people,
Great pleasure.
a lot fewer incidences overall of police involved.
Great to see you again. Great pleasure.
Negative situations like that. So that's always the issue.
When I listen to Nick, I have a hard time trying to dissect it because I consider myself a truthful person. So when I listen to what he's saying, it's like I think Nick leads with statistics and facts a lot of time. And that's the problem, is that we're meant to think like people like him are bad and we're supposed to push back. And if you don't push back, you are going to get in trouble uploading this video. Part of the reason I got to go with strikes.
I don't give a fuck about the pushback and everything.
No, I just want to finish the point. Like, you're supposed to, or else, and that was part of the reason I was terminated on YouTube, was I was listening to Nick and I was laughing and I wasn't disagreeing. But he could be on Destiny's channel or he could be on other people's channel who disagree with him and they keep you on. And I think that should show. But when I listen to him, and Adam, you called him a white supremacist earlier.
Well, I'm not name calling at all. I'm just trying to get him to be upfront about his.
But you said that. You said that Nick is a white supremacist. I'm curious to what he said specifically that makes you think that.
Well, I did hear leaked audio of you comparing a white woman having sex with a dog to having sex with a black man, and saying that it was basically the same level of degeneracy, and that was like leaked audio. So I felt like that was kind of telling about what you might say behind the scenes.
Yeah, and
maybe that was a joke.
Well, no. I mean, I can explain the.
It didn't sound like a joke.
Well, hang on. I can explain the context of that, and the thing is, I'm going to answer that. But first, I want to say the better question is, because I saw your stream yesterday, full disclosure, Adam, on Twitch, where you went to the SPLC, right? An advocacy group,
and I will acknowledge that the SPLC has deemed a lot of people and different podcasts that I enjoy like basically hate groups. So I don't put a lot of faith in their opinion off rip. So I did go there to get some information. I'm not saying that I deem them a respectable organization.
Well, and that's fair enough, but I'm saying the point is, and this is the question that should be asked about that, they're advocates. It's an advocacy group, and they're paid to mine. I've been doing streaming for 6 years. I've produced thousands and thousands of hours of content. They're paid to mine, the 10 or 15 worst things, 10 second. Like, let me ask you, you don't know the circumstances surrounding that clip, but it was provided there for you in a 10-second bite for you to get a certain impression of me. And that clip is from 5 or 6 years ago. I know you might say, well, it doesn't matter how old it is because of the content is so offensive, but it sort of begs a certain question, which is, why does this exist? Who's paying for this? To what end? Why is the SPLC? Because at the time, I'm an 18-year-old kid. The circumstances about that is I was at a job training, and it was like 3 a.m. It's late at night. It was for a political thing. And I was saying that I'm against race mixing. I think that people should marry their own kind. I want a white wife. That's a value that I have. My race matters to me. My identity matters to me. I want my kids to look like me. I want my grandkids to look like me. I think that's a positive value that I think other people should share as well. I don't judge people that are mixed race. I mean, some people say I'm mixed race. My dad's half Mexican. My mom's Italian. Some people would say that's mixed race. obviously I don't hate people that are mixed race or people that race mix, but it's just not, it's just a value for me. And anyway, so I was explaining that, and this girl picks up her phone because I'm saying something that's because it's, you can't be against race mixing, even though everybody was, and every race other than whites still is.
Even black people say that all the time. I want to have black kids. I want to raise a black family. I'm black and proud. And black people say that, nobody blinks an eye. But when Nick says it, people are automatically assuming that it's something racist. And I think in that context, I think that could be a joke. And I think that if you record any white kids Call of Duty lobby when they're 18 years old, or you record anybody at 3 a.m. when they're not knowing, I've made jokes like that. I make jokes about every single race. It doesn't mean that you're a racist person, but nowadays you have to be very careful at any moment because you never know when someone's going to record.
Well, wait, but so the point is, I'm saying like, so that's the part that wasn't recorded, is I'm saying I'm against race mixing. Well, she sees me saying something that you're not supposed to say and says, I'm going to cancel this guy. So she gets her phone out and starts recording and says, hey, Nick, so do you... You think that having sex with a black guy is the same as having sex with a dog? So I didn't say that. Those were not my words. I was saying I'm against race mixing. She gets the phone out and frames it that way. And I said, no. And Adam, you saw the clip. I said, no, it's not the same. I said, but they both be degenerate. I said, they both be wrong. And then the same way that I would say, yeah, incest is wrong. Is incest the same as bestiality? No. Is rape the same as bestiality? You know, these are all things which I would consider wrong.
They're both degenerate.
But
Sneeko just hops on board and is basically like, "Oh yeah, it's fucked up." For
I heard him
people
explain this whole thing before.
But you think race mixing is bad?
I don't think race mixing is bad, but I respect his opinion to think that he wants to further the white race and have white kids.
See,
I'm not going to judge what he wants to do.
I would have thought in any other timeline that Nick saying like, "Oh, white people should just be with other white people," I would have thought that would be a super controversial statement, but it's hard for me to really
Tun so, als wäre das nicht
controversially when we've had people like Tariq Nasheed on here who clearly says the same thing about black people. Kevin Samuels basically said the same thing about black people.
People say that all the time. That's the problem wasn't that.
White people don't say that. White people are not allowed to say that.
He just said it.
Well, that's why he's canceled. He's on a no-fly list.
It's just hard for me to really take issue with him saying that when I feel like there's so many people of other races who basically say the same thing publicly and aren't really like held in any kind of negative light for it.
I think that's why Nick was saying that it's easier to be a minority nowadays. I think when he talks about that, he's talking about freedom of speech. I think I'm a protected class, being Asian, black, and white. I'm able to talk about a lot of things and make jokes that Nick is not capable of. But even then, you could still tote the line and get canceled, as we've both been terminated. Right. But yeah, I still haven't seen you. I disagree. I've heard Destiny bring up that same instance. I'm curious to like, what do you think Nick has said that's made you think he's a white supremacist? Besides that,
what about the black people's hands should be cut off at the airport?
Oh, well. I don't mean that.
Funny.
Like what? How, in what context?
Because it was part of a joke. It's part of because I'm talking about how there was this development where I think it was American Airlines, or one of the big airlines said that gay men well, it's not just gay men. It says that men can wear the girls' flight attendant uniform and the girls can wear the male flight attendant uniform. And I said, you look at these videos from World Star or whatever on social media of black people fighting on planes. And, and I don't know, I mean, you're going to pretend this doesn't exist, like these videos of black people fighting everywhere at Disney World, at the airport, at restaurants. What's that?
Everybody fights everywhere.
Not like that.
I just seen a white nigga hit somebody, bam, in the back of the head on a plane.
Yeah, come on, Nick.
It happens everywhere.
Yeah, it's not to say that black people are the only people.
It's not just black people. Everybody fights everywhere.
So you're into. I mean, listen.
It's not no denial. It's the truth.
It is denial. It is denial. To say that that's not like a black phenomenon. So you're saying only black people fight at Disneyland and fight in airports and airlines. I'm saying that when I go on social
media, you with the truth, not what you see on social media. Where's the facts? I can show you videos right now where white people, black people, Mexican people, Asian people, everybody's fighting everywhere.
Yeah, okay. I know everybody fights, but I'm just saying what I see on social media.
Why single out?
It happens more with black people. It happens way more with black people.
See, it came up to the same conclusion before I even knew Nick. when they were talking about the Stop Asian Hate Crimes in New York City. And then I talked to every single Asian person. And like I went to these protests and really upset. I watched all the videos, and the uncomfortable truth was Asians were afraid to talk about how most of the attacks, I would say 90% of them, were black people, because it's a protected class. You don't want to come off racist. And so they lumped it in. And they use the crime statistics, which is hate crime. And hate crime is anything. If you say the word, use a racial slur against an Asian person, that's a hate crime. But the Stop Asian Hate Attacks was like when an old Asian lady gets pushed over into the train tracks, or an old Asian lady gets punched in the head 40
Vielleicht muss
times.
ich doch mal nach
If
Indien,
you
ne?
look at what race is doing that, it was black people. And the reason, whatever justification you want to make for it, overall in New York City, there's more poor people that are black than other races. And so that's why poor people commit crimes more often.
Again, like he's not wrong. Like we're 14% of the population, and we're responsible for 50% of the violent crimes. So he's not wrong. Like we commit violent crimes more than any other race. But I guess where AD point is simply just fighting at Disney World or at an airport. How do you just attribute that to black people?
Well, and this is where tone matters. When I say I want to chop people's hands off, what I said was, you think about airplanes and airport security. Defeats the point of it, but I said, well, I'd rather have the Taliban run the airlines and cut off the hands of all the black people fighting on the airplanes and put the flight attendants in burqas than have what we have now, the current TSA regime, where you're going to have black people fighting on the plane, and then a male flight attendant in high heels is going to go run and break it up. It wasn't an assertion of fact of like, we looked at the data and black people are fighting on airplanes more than anybody, although I presume that's true. I haven't done the research, but I presume that's true. And so it's a joke. And the point is, AD, and I'm a little bit disappointed, if you can't say, like, you know what I'm talking about, if you're gonna take umbrage at the fact that I say black people are fighting and say, well, white people fight too, like, you don't know what I'm talking about, that's just like either dishonest or delusional. I'm just telling it to you straight up. To say that makes me a racist because I have fucking eyeballs.
Das ist ein Flex, Philipp. Ich habe langsam genug von dir.
I'm just saying it's wrong.
Well, you said it was white
Ich habe alles verstanden, Philipp, ne? Du nuschelst gar nicht und hast gar nicht voll im Mund geredet.
Ach ja, das hab ich doch auch lieb.
Weißt du, was ich denke, Philipp?
Nee.
Deine Krämpfe, das ist Karma, ne?
Hä? Was ist das denn? Preemptive Karma oder was?
Nee, du hast mich gespoilert, hast dich nie entschuldigt und jetzt hat ein Fuß dich bestraft.
Ja, nicht. Bei welchem Game warst du denn, wo ich dich gespoilert habe?
3. Ich war gerade fertig mit 3, hab dir geschrieben, Game 4, Baby! Und dann kam der Spoiler.
Ja, ich hab doch nicht mal gespoilert, ich hab geschrieben, ich mach doch eh keinen Unterschied.
Ja, und was heißt das? DRX gewinnt! Wie nett? In welcher Welt? Erklär's mir!
Wie soll? Okay. Vielleicht konntest du einfach den Zusammenhang nicht realisieren.
Vielleicht, erklären wir.
Ich dachte einfach nur, der hat eh keinen Unterschied gemacht, war eh ein 3-0.
Okay.
Du hast doch irgendwie geschrieben, irgendwas mit Kindle, die haben doch Kindle nicht im 3 gespielt, ne?
Muss so sein, doch.
Ja, sicher.
Sonst fällt meine Geschichte auseinander, also bin ich mir sicher, ja.
Mhm.
I win, right? He missed playoffs. He didn't play any postseason in the LPL.
Weg oder was? Ah, ne, da ist.
I win, right? He missed. They are going to drop. Make this cross map trade.
Kein Drive, kein Dritt. Ja. Aber ich muss sagen, ich weiß nicht, warum ich mich nicht aufgeregt habe in die ersten 2 Games. Eigentlich hätte ich eskalieren müssen bei Heimer. Das war nur ein Game, Yumi, die haben's danach Band.
Win rate, right? He missed playoffs. He didn't Leeson was keeping pace the whole time, and indeed here they are both in 8 camps.
Bin ich dumm? Irgendwie?
Eigentlich.
Wir haben doch Yumi gespielt. Yumi MF, oder bin ich delusional?
Nee, das war Genji.
But if you are to fall behind with this style of composition, you don't really have a lot of ways to come back because you can't actually find pick. You're not going to win through side against Jax, and you don't really have that hard engage. So your options become very, very.
Win rate, right? He missed playoffs. He didn't play.
Supremacists. See, both of the instances that you guys brought up were kind of jokes.
You didn't hear white
taken out of
supremacists
context.
come out of my mouth for any
No, that was the
instance.
question. My question was, can you name something that makes
With any else,
a white supremacist?
he's gonna have to smite
both of
for
you
help.
brought up
Yeah.
Jokes that, like, out of context, and the way you're saying it sounds bad, but that's what social media does now. You take things out of context to position somebody in a bad way.
I believe
But
it. I believe that 100%. You're right.
Right. So, and I think that kind of proves what you just brought up. But like, what belief has Nick said that makes you think?
War aber
he's,
auch
a
3-2, oder
racist or
nicht?
white supremacist?
With the question though, so isn't like again, I may
Aber
be
da hat der
you know,
Unverdiente gewonnen.
severely misinformed.
Ja.
Isn't a white supremacist just like somebody who thinks that white folks are supreme, right?
Yeah.
Haben nicht alle gesagt, dass DRX so weak ist?
No, and I
No, we-
answered that earlier. And the thing
Das
is
ist nur
about,
Matze gesagt.
so-called
Ja,
white
die sind ja
supremacy is
Findest du die so
it's-
weak? Finde ich auch
it
nicht so
has to
schlecht
be a
aus. Ja.
materialist worldview. You can, in my opinion,
Ja,
well,
gut,
actually,
das
that's
ist
not
White.
totally true. But
Die
as
ersten
far
guten
as
Games,
white people go, for the most
selbst,
part,
ich meine, sagen wir
you
so,
really have to not believe in the soul and
im ersten
believe
Leben
in
sahen sie ja
God
nicht
to
gut
be a
aus.
white supremacist. You can't be a Christian. You can't be, which is what most religious white people are.
Zweite
You
Game
can't be a
sahen
Christian
sie eigentlich auch
and
nicht
say
gut
that
aus, wenn man
white
so eine
people are
League so
better than other
wegschmeißt.
people, because Christianity is a universal religion. It says in the Bible, you know, that
Obwohl er
neither a
die auch gut
Gentile
gespielt
nor
hat,
Jew.
den
Now,
zweiten, den
people
dritten
take that
Rekord.
to mean like, oh, that means everybody's equal all the time or something. But it means that we're all Christian. We all have a
Aber die
brotherhood in
Gestalten ist
Christ,
ziemlich weak,
and
wo
we're
die
all
Szene mit
equal
reingehabt
before
haben.
God in terms of our soul. For you to say that white people as a race are better than other people, it's like, well, in what sense? Then you'd have to measure it out and attribute supreme value to a particular thing and say, well, if white people are better at something than another group of people, that makes them better as a holistic thing. And that, again, that you have to be non-religious to view it that way. So white supremacy is incompatible with being a Christian, and I'm Catholic. I am Christian. So
Yeah. Now, a better question is, what do you think that white folks are better at, you know, than I guess any other race?
better than any other race. Well, I would say that every race has their strength. I would say the white people are very good at literature and architecture and philosophy and
Basically
and-
everything.
Well,
No,
I mean,
he
lots of
didn't
things.
say anything. He didn't, no, he
And
didn't
niggas
talk about
can
dance.
jump.
He didn't talk about culture. He didn't talk about art. He didn't talk about creativity. He talked about pattern recognition.
So you think that the soul of a black person is to be like a great artist or dancer or what?
Basketball player, football
Well,
player.
no, now you're talking about soul. I think that, yeah, I mean, black people are great athletes and they're great artists. And that's not to say that black people can't be other things or do other things, but we're
But it's
talking
just-
about the strengths
In
of the
general.
different-
And yeah, I see that this is, I think I just saw the hypocrisy here. See, if we asked AD and your name is Josh?
No, that's Flacco. But you
Oh, my
can
fault,
call
my
him
fault.
Josh.
Well, if we asked
Flacco,
like,
yeah.
if Flacco and AD, if we asked you like, what do you think black people are better at than white people? You would both say dancing, music, basketball, like, and probably make fun of white people for being awkward. And nobody would get mad. Nobody would get mad at that. Everybody would accept that as a universal truth. That in general,
agree.
black people are better at music. And then Nick says an honest answer, better at innovation, better at architecture. And then it's like, oh, well, so black people can't do it, right? See, you get offended when Nick is
Who's my
truthful about the
precious
white race,
Jabby
but you
bird?
can be truthful about other races, and then nobody blinks an eye.
Who's
Yeah,
my
question though,
sweet
right? So-
Jabby
oh,
angel?
sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No. So like when like Nick says the white folks, like what did that mean?
Well, here's a good example. Asians, if you look at IQ, we talked about IQ earlier. Asians actually outperform whites dramatically on IQ tests and on math tests. And if you look at some of these tests, standardized tests before university. So if you were to say strictly by IQ and by certain tests, you would say actually that Asians are smarter. Now, would you call me that, because I say that, would you call me an Asian supremacist? Would you say that I think that Asians are better than everybody because they have a higher IQ in terms of this metric? When I say whites are more innovative, it's because although Asians have very high IQ and clearly predisposed to being good at math, I know that's like a stereotype, but it's based on fact. They outperform every other group in math. They're not as innovative, and that has a lot to do with their culture. That has a lot to do with their history, and of course, history and culture are in fact bound up with genetics. Behavior is bound up with genetics. You know, we say things like the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. What does that mean? Children are like their parents. And there's a question about, is that nature? Is that nurture? It has a great deal to do with nature, more so than many people care to admit. And the point is, so Asians, although you could say in one sense they're smarter, you said better than other groups, they're maybe not as innovative. That's why they steal American technology. That's why they struggle to do a lot of things the Americans do. And so the point is, and I get back to the previous point, all human beings, I believe, have inherent dignity, and they have a soul, and they have a brotherhood and universality and equality before God. But that does not change the fact that there are inequalities between peoples and groups on various different things. But would you say that because blacks are better athletes, that they're better, they're the best race? Would you say that because Asians are the best at math, that they're the best race? Or because, whites have the finest literature, that they're the best? Who's to say? Those are all material things. Those are all based on, material conditions. If you have a religious view, then we're not just material, we have souls. And so we should be afforded rights and respect and dignity based on the fact that we're all human beings.
And I will say, though, that conversation, it is very weird that that's not a conversation that's really allowed to be had in public. And obviously somebody like Nick, who's been, characterized the way that he has been publicly, him having that conversation, a lot of people are going to reject it or whatever. But like a lot of people have had their careers basically dismantled for just having the nerve to have the conversation about the correlation.
One day I was sitting there, was playing around on this, and came up with Romeo and Juliet just because of the nature of the guitar.
You gonna just deal with Bitcoin now, or what?
Yeah, I basically just do Bitcoin. I mean, the thing is, I've had checking accounts that just keep getting banned. I got banned from Bank of America. I got banned from Chase. I got banned from US Bank. I got banned from, I think, one other one. I was on a local bank. They just banned me a month ago. I started up a new bank account. I'm hoping that goes okay. But yeah, I mean, the censorship thing is really critical because it's like Kanye, years ago, maybe they forget, maybe not. He went on TMZ and said slavery was a choice. Now, would you say that constitutes something like slavery denial, if there's such a thing? We don't have a word for it. There's no museums, but would you say that constitutes something akin to? He said slavery's a choice, and he was fine. He was fine. He put out his Jesus is King album. He put out Donda. He performed in Atlanta. He performed in Chicago and Miami. Then he said White Lives Matter, and he started talking about Jews. Then he lost his bank account. Then he got kicked out of stadiums. Then he got locked out of Instagram. Then he got locked out of Twitter. It's like,
yeah,
that kind of says where the parameters are. What's the line you can't cross? Everybody knows it's Jews.
So it's not comparable to blacks and Asians. Jews have the ultimate power. And that's not even anything hateful. I don't want people to label me as anti-Semitic. I'm already canceled, but that's just true. They have ultimate control and power, and they will use it if they need to protect their
yeah, I mean, there's no use arguing that one since we just saw it happen in front of our eyes with the Kanye situation. I don't know if he's going to end up regretting
that one is wild.
Having said that shit or what, but I mean,
he's a genuine person. I think it's good that he started the conversation because, like, me and Nick tried to have it, but we only have a limited level of power. The fact that one of the most famous artists of all time, the billionaire, saying it, people are going to turn their heads to this.
Because this is the thing, I look down upon it, but there are a lot of fucking people out there who do not like Jewish people, and Kanye really is the first person I can pretty much think of in terms of like major celebrities to come out and really take that stance that that a lot of people would say behind closed doors. So the fact that he did it, because he really sees himself as like the vanguard that's going to say the things that nobody else will say.
He says that black people aren't can't never be anti-Semitic because we are Jews. That's what Kanye said.
Yeah. Now
He got the battery in his back from Candace, and he's out here saying shit that nobody ever said before.
Yeah, I definitely think Kanye is wrong. Like when he tried to do the Hotep Negro shit of yo, but black folks is the original.
Wie passiert sowas, Philipp?
Was denn? Cannon got canceled for that though, because he brought some dude on and who was saying that black folks are the original Jews, and all type of Hotep shit. Yeah.
Damn. But what does
that comes from Farrakhan. That comes from Minister Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, because Farrakhan has talked to Ye and he's talked to Nick Cannon and these other guys. And I don't subscribe to the Black Hotep stuff, but and Ye is coming at it from a position of credibility too. I mean, a lot of people are so quick to have this allergic reaction. Anybody talking about Jews, but it's like, if anybody knew, wouldn't it be a guy like Ye? Because he's not only one of the biggest guys in music, period, but he's also one of the biggest guys in streetwear, period. And he's talked about for years that he's interested in business, and he wants to do architecture, and he wants to do clothing, and he wants to do all these different kinds of things. And it's so if anybody would know, he's been to the White House, wouldn't it be him of all people? And the point being is, whenever you talk about Jews, people say, well, there's something wrong with you, like you're like a sick individual, or you have some trauma, or you're insane, or you're a grifter. And it's you look at Ye, who's clearly none of those things. He's rich.
He's clearly going through a mental fucking breakdown.
I don't think he's been on a mental breakdown for 6 years.
He's going through a mental breakdown, and then he's got a bunch of right-wing grifters like Candace Owens who got the battery in his back. He's just going out there to people like Nori who have never heard them, and he's just reiterating right-wing talking points that Candace is feeding him. And anybody who's watched her can see it transparently.
Candace Owens is not talking
married to a Jew, right?
Candace is smart enough to not say that shit publicly, but I'm sure he has all kinds of sources for his ideas at this point.
Nah, I think it's just him working in all types of industries and seeing. If you work in the music industry, every single drill rapper has a Jewish guy behind him, and they profit off his murder. In every single industry, if you look at the end of the rabbit hole, it's always a Jew who controls it.
Everybody who has a chance to is profiting off of murder in the entertainment industry.
All right, but besides the point, Adam, that's the truth.
You're saying the label owners, the people behind the
label owners, the real estate owners, all the people with the most amount of money behind the scenes is a Jewish guy. And I think for Kanye to become a billionaire, he's seen a repeated pattern, and he's a type of guy who wants to give that same power to his people. And so he's talking about the fact that, look, why are we out here slaving away for Jews who are profiting off of us killing each other?
And he's been saying this for years. Even before this, you say, well, he's in the midst of a mental breakdown. He's been talking about this stuff since 2013. When he was on the Breakfast Club in 2013, he said, blacks don't have the same connections Jews do. And then the ADL came after him and said, that's anti-Semitic. That's an age-old anti-Semitic trope. And it's well, it's true. I mean, it's obviously true that Jews have connections everywhere in finance, Hollywood, media, universities. They're overly represented in university, 1,200%. 1,200% more Jews in Ivy League universities than in the American population. So it's a factual statement.
Is that because affirmative action helps them get more placement?
Well, no. Well, number one, no. And that's neither here nor there, because it's a factual statement. You could say, well, why is it? But it's true. And he got called anti-Semitic by a Jewish group. You could say, well, they're more overrepresented for one reason or another reason, but they are overrepresented. They do have connections. And Ye said, blacks need connections like Jewish people have connections. Factual statement. And the ADL, which is Jewish, says, you're anti-Semitic. You need to apologize. You're a terrible person. And Farrakhan backed him up. So he's been saying this for years. It's just that, and he said in the interview, obviously, living in a class prison where he's up there, he's elevated, he's got a house and everything. The Tucker interview, so that I would push.
And
back
I think it's
against.
it's too easy
I
to
can
overwrite
relate.
something that.
I don't wanna be me.
He's insane. I just did a podcast, Adam, with academics 2 days before you, and he said the exact same thing. And I was talking about what Ye was trying to expose before the Drake Champs interview, and he said the same thing. He's clearly off his meds, bipolar. Bro, so he's been off his meds in a bipolar mental manic episode for fucking 6 years. He went to the hospital in 2016 after the Pablo show. So
Muss ich mir
if
Sorgen
he's
machen,
been on a
Johannes.
6-year-long manic episode.
Nee.
That's the longest
Nee.
manic episode ever. Even in that period, he's made billions of dollars.
Me and academics have been paying extremely close attention to Kanye's life for, like, in my case, easily like 20 years, like since he first came on the scene. And my honest perspective is that, yes, the stresses of just being unbelievably rich and having his family taken away from him and all these other things are weighing on him to the extent that he's having something that I would describe as a mental breakdown. I would say that is fair to say.
6 years straight.
And I think it's very convenient that a lot of these right-wing type people are just there to sort of like slide their narrative in with him. But I mean, you're right. Like, he's been very susceptible to this stuff for a long time. And I realize that when I talk about him like that I'm kind of infantilizing him, I believe is how you say it.
Yeah,
and, you know, I think that's probably kind of fair. But I feel like he's in like a weakened mental state and that people are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I just would disagree with that because, you know, the people around him are not pushing anti-Jewish views. I mean,
Nobody
Candace
is.
Owens, yeah, and certainly not Candace Owens. And to some extent, well, here would be my counterexample. In 2018, when he put on the MAGA hat and he went to the White House, two people came in: Candace Owens, who is his friend, and Candace Owens, at the time, she works now for Ben Shapiro at Daily Wire. At that time, she worked for Turning Point USA. She worked for Charlie Kirk. And so Candace Owens with Charlie Kirk was meeting with Ye, and they were trying to get him to do Blexit conferences and do Turning Point stuff. And if you remember, it was in the end of the summer, I think in the beginning of the fall 2018, Kanye said, "I'm done with politics. I'm being used, and I don't like it anymore." So even you could say at the height, if you're saying that he's in a mental health crisis, when he released the album Ye, I'm Bipolar, It's Awesome, even then he recognized, oh, like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are using me. He recognized that within months and said, yeah, I'm not really about this. I'm done with politics. He comes back later, and this time, you know, nobody's putting this Jew. You know, you could say that if he was doing Blexit, yeah, that's a Charlie Kirk program. Candace Owens, I believe, like, she's like married to a Jew. At the minimum, she worked for Ben Shapiro, who's a Zio Jew, turbo Zionist Jew. So it's certainly, it's not him, or it's not her, and it's not Scott Adams, who he follows, or Ali Alexander, any of his other political contacts. It's probably Farrakhan, somebody's and I would say that it's awfully convenient for whenever people talk about Jews, it's convenient to say, oh, well, they're just crazy. Oh, well, people are always rationalizing, looking for an excuse instead of, and this is what I put on my Telegram when it happened. What did he say that was factually wrong? Are Jews not all over the media industry? Like, is that not true? It is true. And is talking about their influence, is that off limits? Why is that a bad thing? Why do you have to be crazy to talk about that?
It is interesting how we've been sort of trained to understand that certain things are off limits, and we all reactively knew that Kanye had officially crossed a line that nobody had really crossed, and that would be like probably 3, devastating for his career. Yeah, but he said a lot of stuff in the Drink Champs interview that's pretty much like on par with the DEFCON 3 thing, or maybe even crazier.
Yeah.
But Nick, one thing I was surprised by is because I would have thought of you as being somebody who was like extremely pro-America, but then I read a quote that said that you said that basically Ukraine deserves what they're getting right now from Russia because Ukraine is aligned with America and America is the great Satan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I would distinguish between America, which is like you and me and Sneeko and like the people, and like.
What about me and Flacco?
And yeah, and you guys too. So I just don't really know you guys as well.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
The two black guys.
Well, no, I don't know Flacco. AD, I just saw you recently. But yeah, you guys too. You guys are America, and people like Kanye and Candace Owens, for that matter, and John Miller and everybody. And I would distinguish that from the regime, what I call the regime, what some people call the government, I call it the regime, because America isn't just run. The authority in America doesn't just come from the government. It comes from a true regime, in the sense that the government is influenced by the media, and the government influences the media. And the same is true of
Some
Silicon Valley. The same is
nuts
true
and bolts that I found. Well, I say found, unscrewed.
Where did you unscrew them from?
I'd rather not say. Brought along some nuts and bolts that I found. Well, I say found, unscrewed.
Where did you unscrew them from?
I'd rather not say.
Ja, Philipp, du willst ja nichts machen, ne? Muss ich mich halt selber beschäftigen.
Oh, das geht doch alles schief. Benutzeraufgabe.
Of the banks, the same is true of Wall Street. And really what you have are maybe 5,000 to 10,000 decision makers across many elite institutions that are making decisions inside the government, outside the government, and the government is in bed with private institutions too. They're in bed with the Federal Reserve and the banks and BlackRock and Wall Street and so on. Anyway, and so when I talk about America's a great Satan and Ukraine should be punished and all this, I'm talking about this regime. I think the regime of America is evil. They do regime change in Libya. They do regime change in Iraq. They do regime change in the Balkans. And they did regime change in Ukraine. In 2014, the United States overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine, and they installed a pro-Western leader who is going to invite the European Union and NATO into their country, which Putin had said for years was a red line for Russia. And, you know, and they fought this, they really have been fighting for 8 years. Realistically, ever since the Maidan Revolution in 2014, there's been this proxy war going on between the separatists of Donbass and the Ukrainian government backed by NATO in Kiev. And so when I say the U.S. is a great Satan, I mean our military, our State Department, the government, our companies, our NGOs, and multinational corporations. They're spreading sin, they're spreading decadence, they're spreading liberalism, they're spreading evil and death and destruction all around the world. And so insofar as Russia is opposed to the hegemony of the American regime, and I am opposed to the American regime, then that sort of makes us allies.
Interesting. So you're hoping that Ukraine gets wiped off the face of the planet, or are you looking forward to nuclear war, or what are you hoping for in this whole thing?
Well, I've been urging de-escalation. I think that the United States needs an off-ramp here. I mean, because things just keep escalating on both, it's reciprocal on both sides, and it is going to turn into a nuclear war if there isn't restraint, because it just keeps escalating. And so I think the United States needs to accept that Russia is going to win this war. They can't, like, it's literally is not allowable for Putin to lose this war. So we need to recognize that. We need to recognize that Ukraine's not going to win. They're not going to take back Crimea. They're not going to take back Luhansk and Donetsk. So I think they should just withdraw, give it up. Like Elon Musk said, let's hold a UN monitored referendum in the breakaway districts. Let's say Crimea and Donbass are part of Russia. Let's say Ukraine will never join NATO. You know, I think that's a fair resolution, which is what was sought for 20 years.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it does seem pretty crazy seeing everybody say that the risk of nuclear war is so much higher right now. But, I mean, there's still a long way to go before we actually see Putin feel like he has to make that move, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the good thing is after Putin annexed those territories, the United States didn't really retaliate. So I thought that was sort of a good sign. But, you know, they blew up those pipelines. They blew up the bridge connecting Russia and Crimea. So there's just like there's just no restraint here. There needs to be some restraint.
Nick, there's one thing that I know these guys definitely want to hear you talk about. Why are you celibate?
Well, you know, the easy answer is I am Catholic, so I think it's a sin,
to have premarital
Was
sex.
immer du willst,
Yes.
Philipp.
So
Was
you are a
immer
virgin
du
at this
willst.
time?
Du scheinst
Nee.
Yeah,
Ich
so I
mache
think
immer
that
Vorschläge und du
the
lehnst
only
jeden ab.
morally licit sex is
einfach nicht
between
wahr, ne?
Jeden einzelnen.
thousands of
Bei
years.
manchen lachst sogar über mich.
But also I'm just sort of you know, I'm like an eccentric. What you gotta understand about me is I'm like an eccentric genius. So, I mean, not only am I celibate because it's like the right thing
Ja,
to do, but also I'm
die
just
Wahrheit
not
ist
really
manchmal
interested.
überraschend,
He can't
ne?
connect with bots. He can't connect to
You beat your dick
normies
too
on
or
that
no?
level.
What's that?
No, he's
You beat your
anti-porn.
dick?
No, I'm
bad for you.
I'm anti that as well.
You don't need porn though to like beat your dick though.
So you're on permanent semen retention mode.
Well, I want to get married eventually. I'm gonna get
So you're
married
saving all your
eventually.
jizz for your future wife.
That's right. Yeah. Well, for my,
Damn.
Nick, how old are you?
I have kids. I'm 24.
Oh, he's a kid.
That's what I couldn't believe when he said that he was 18, saying that thing about the white woman fucking the dog, being like fucking the black guy. Like he's got white power in his fucking veins, bro. Like he knew
You
from
think
a
he was
young
older?
age. That's kind of like I feel
That's
like
why
a
the
lot of
government's
people.
afraid of him, man.
I'm thinking
he's, a
he's
smart guy.
fucking 37 years old.
Also von der
and-
Passbildschirmer.
What the
He was a
hell?
college student causing havoc. That's how
Ja, ich mach.
Yeah, he's
he
like,
became famous.
he's like a
oder?
Nazi whiz kid.
Okay.
It's crazy.
I'm not a Nazi.
Come
man.
on,
You know,
Come
ish.
on.
You know, like in that ballpark.
Nazi-ish, right?
I'm a nice guy, and the thing is, like, and I've put this on my Telegram. I want what's right for the country. I want to tell the
Irgendjemand
truth.
anderes noch
And the
eingeladen.
truth is uncomfortable. And believe me, I wish I could be a liberal because liberalism has a lot of nice promises.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, and that would be very easy for me to be a liberal. I was a libertarian when I was in high school, but I just realized the world is a certain way, and I wish it weren't that way. Like I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like inequality is baked into the cake. That's sad. It's tragic in a lot of ways, but that's a human condition. And I think that the answer is compassion. The answer is compassion and understanding and.
So, Philipp, jetzt spiele ich einfach mal ein bisschen pielig für mich, ne? Oh Gott, du bist ein Ding. Red mal mit dem Braum.
Okay. Okay.
Ja, Philipp, wie machen wir das jetzt eigentlich im Stream, hä? Wie ziehen wir das sauber auf, ne? Du musst jetzt schon auch mal hier Leistung bringen.
Was muss ich?
Oh Gott, du willst mich essen.
Nee, ich esse dich nicht, ich esse nur Gegner.
Solange sie an mir dran sind, ist das okay.
Und spuckt die dann zu dir.
Du das? Oder entscheidet er?
Wenn ein Gegner ist, entscheide ich es doch.
Respect and love for people, but we have to tell the truth because the world is going crazy right now. The world's going to shit. Things are obviously declining. And the only way that we're going to turn it around is if we have some common sense and just call it what it is. And sometimes that makes people uncomfortable and it sounds a certain way. And I know I'm belligerent. I can be belligerent, can be offensive sometimes. And
We need to follow
provocative.
God overall. Everything
Yeah.
is better aligned if we follow God. Nick, I just left Adam 22's studio, and that dude has a lot of Satan shit up in there, man. You got to go ahead and
he's
I have one little
he's
like
definitely
Satan
down,
head.
he has one Satan head statue on his desk. He's got a Satan little doll behind it. He's
Somebody
got a
sent
Satan
that to me
tattoo.
randomly. I didn't go out of my way to get either of these
I'm not
things.
He's got
with
a
that.
Satan tattoo on his hand. He's got an upside down cross tatted on his face.
I got trust God on my knuckles, man. I ain't with that.
You got an iPod
Based.
tattoo.
I do too.
Yo, I need tattoos. Yo, Nick, Ken.
You're gonna look like Rick Ross.
I know, right? No, Nick, can we talk about the white devil, aka white liberals? So pretty much like the same people 60 years ago, and who was telling us that it's their cafe and like they can kick you out, because you're black and that's perfectly fine. Those are the same motherfuckers telling us now, it's their platform. They can kick you off if they don't like your opinion, man. Now, what's your opinion on white liberals? I believe that they're our number one enemy.
You're like repeating his talking points back at him.
Who, Nick?
And it
No,
just
hell
sounds like,
no.
yeah, you are. It sounds less racist. No one's going to call you a Nazi for saying the same shit that Nick said.
I've never heard Nick say that. But go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
True, yeah, because I would say it's Jews. I wouldn't say it's white. Because
No.
Yeah, it's white
here's
liberals
why.
for sure, man. White liberals are definitely the devil.
Here's why, though, because if you look at white liberals, at least the radical, and we're talking about white, I mean white, ACLU and other left-wing groups, they used to defend free speech. If you look at like ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, they're a left group, but they defended the skinheads in Skokie, Illinois, when the neo-Nazis or the Ku Klux Klan wanted to do a parade.
Yeah, they
in
switched their
Illinois.
whole shit up and nobody fucking talks about it. Yeah.
Not that I support that, obviously, but it's like they were left and they defended free speech, and now,
Jetzt
but now
ist
they're
er
not
so
like that anymore.
wenig
The
Attack-Speed,
urge
aber
for censorship is really coming from the Jewish left, and it's not to say that there aren't white. There obviously are white liberals that are hopped up on that too, and I'd agree with you. Yeah, I mean they're imperialists, they're tyrants. They're trying to impose their way of life, but I think a lot of it does
See,
stem
we're supposed
from.
to just accept that the Jews are tyrants who want to change our way of life.
They are. I mean, they are.
What do they want to change our way of life to?
Liberal, international.
Nah, hold on. Say it again, Stigo. Sorry.
Huh?
Say that again, please. Sorry.
I said they want to further a globalist agenda. They want to continue their power, and they want to keep most of the wealth for themselves. Globalism benefits the Jews.
Shit, hey man.
I mean, I
again,
I need a fact check because I'm not prepared to debate that particular part of this argument. But
I hope I don't. What are they going to take now?
no, for sure. I just like feel like I should be able to like offer some kind of rebuttal to that, but I don't really know. I'm not learned enough on the topic.
Well, I mean, you could. I could argue the other side or whatever. The thing is like there is no voice for this side. That's to me what's peculiar. Because the thing is, I wasn't much different from any of you guys because I've been interested in politics for like 12 years. I mean, I was like a real young kid.
You was 12.
Yeah, literally, when I was 12, that's when I read Milton Friedman, Free to Choose, and I became real libertarian and everything. And I grew up in a normal, working class household. Like I said, neither of my parents went to college. I'm like an American ethnic. I have no WASP DNA. You know, I'm Catholic. I was in a white suburb, and I believe what was kind of fashionable at the time, which was, you know, sort of like this right libertarianism stuff. And I went to college, and I was a Zionist. I was like defending Israel.
What?
And oh yeah, big time.
You?
And, yeah, wow. I was even going to work for Ben Shapiro at one point at Daily Wire. And what happened was, you know, well, the big thing to me, I was actually defending Obama, believe it or not, in 2016. And I told the story on a stream recently.
I don't believe it.
What?
Really? I hated Obama.
Hat 800 Schild gekriegt.
But,
Du boostet oder was? Aber texten du nicht?
In December
Hab ich doch.
2016,
Nee, du bist weggerannt.
he didn't
Nee,
veto
Kid,
the
ey.
Security Council
Die tut euch nicht
resolution
mehr, ey.
against Israel because
Ja, wieder hab ich
you
eine.
know, Israel's doing these
Warum werde ich angeschrien, wenn ich 3 Pilze hab?
Technically, the United States, it's against our policy too.
Alter, Autotext, Johannes, weil du nicht Autotext.
Ja, ich habe ja keine Textspeed, ne?
Ja, kauf dir halt mal, anstatt zu eine Träne.
And I was a Zionist conservative.
Richtiger Müll.
They were all like, "Oh, you're an anti-Semite because you didn't." And I said, well, "Wait a second." I'm like, Israel's going against our own foreign policy. Obama just abstained from voting. Why is that our obligation to serve them? And they said, well, you're anti-Semitic for asking that. And I said, what? I'm like, doesn't even make any sense. I'm like, that's no different than we talk about certain things and they call us racist, sexist, Islamophobic. How is this any different? And they said, well, you just can't ask that. I said, why is there so much foreign aid to Israel? Why are there so many, you know, Jewish people in media? And they said, well, you can't ask that. If you ask that, we're going to stop talking to you. And then they did.
Alter.
I was talking to this girl in college, Cassie Dillon, and she worked at Daily Wire, and I was asking her, why do we give them $3.8 billion per year? Why did they write the Clean Break Memo in 1994, which was basically laid the plans for the Iraq War 9 years before it happened, and so on. And she was a good friend of mine. She got me my show. I started my show because of her. And she texted me at one point. Nick, we're not in the same movement anymore. You're an anti-Semite. I'm blocking you on everything. And then for months, she would watch my show every night and call my boss and say, Nick just said this, Nick just said that. You need to fire him. You need to take him off the air. She was sending things from my show to Media Matters. Media Matters is like one of the big left-wing, like handler, minder groups, like SPLC or ADL. She was a conservative. She worked at Daily Wire. And she was collaborating with Media Matters to smear me when I was 18, when I was a kid. And I was like, okay, so obviously it's legit. I mean, that doesn't prove it's legit, but it's a pretty good heuristic that it's like, if you're asking a question and instead of getting a persuasive rebuttal, they just cancel you. That's, again, it doesn't prove it's true, but it's a pretty good heuristic that it probably has some legitimacy to it. So that's how people say I'm like this twisted freak or like, oh, you know, there's something wrong with you.
Come on!
It's like I believed a lot of fashionable things, and then based on experience and based on reading, I realized I was wrong, you know, and then I go out and say it, and then I get shunned, And then I come on here and Adam says, well, I've never heard this before. I don't know how to rebut that. And it's like,
because he just heard the talking points that make him seem like a bad person because they try to censor the truth.
Well,
and I
I'm
think
just
that
saying,
if
when you cite specific studies or whatever, it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to rebut that.
Mein Bestes gegeben.
Alles, man soll nicht
Some of the stuff that
lügen.
you just said about the history of Israel or whatever, I'm sure that there's going to be people who call into question
Okay.
details about that. I'm not really educated on that, so I at least want
Overall,
to admit my shortcomings there.
I've learned this from being canceled. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's Nick's general attitude. It's the fact that he's smart. He threatens the government. He threatens everything that the liberal agenda is about. And they just need to paint a picture of him that's bad. Like when I first had him on my stream, everybody was saying, no, no, no. I had him on I thought he was cool. And later on my Discord, everyone was saying, no, 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 he's a bad person, he's white supremacist. But I'm like, I talked to him and he seems fine. Everybody will try to shut out the truth because you're not supposed
Yeah,
to.
he's being
And I think that if we move into the right
you know,
direction,
völlig
I
egal,
genuinely right here, I'm endorsing it. I think someone like Nick Fuentes can win the presidency this country.
Wow.
If America does not fall apart before then, I think he has the capability. I think he believes in America. I think he believes in the people. I think he cares about the right things, and I think he sees the truth. And he's also a good speaker. People can follow him.
I think somebody who doesn't believe in race mixing is going to have a hard time getting elected to be the president. But at the same time, I do have to admit the rabbit hole is real, because if it wasn't for you and Destiny being cordial enough to sit down with Nick, then I would not have thought of him as being, you know, somebody who is safe to platform, which obviously you guys can tell that that's like part of my concern here. I've had a lot of people reaching out saying that I'm fucking crazy for even having Nick on the show. But at the end of the day, I think we should be able to have conversations with people we disagree on, although I am currently wondering if this podcast is going to get taken down for Holocaust denial.
There's a really good chance
What the fuck?
That part might have to get censored, which is a real shame, because then where does that content go? Maybe that goes on the No Jumper Rumble.
Yeah, I would put some of it on Patreon, but yeah, it's gonna get taken down. Everything that had was removed, the government strikes and stuff like that.
Really?
So, genuine point. If you want to keep up your channel, I would be careful.
Does Destiny make you like be careful about what you'll talk about when you stream with him? He won't let you.
No,
talk
Destiny's
about COVID
fine
or...
because Destiny's a federal, like he's a Fed agent, liberal, so he's able to say whatever he wants with Nick because he disagrees with that. So they want you to disagree with Nick. They don't. If you agree with him at any point, right now, I see you guys listening to him. Like, oh, Nick's making some good points. That's gonna get you in trouble. If you call him a Nazi for the rest of the show, it can stay up. But I gotta get going.
Well, you think
you're good, protected. I gotta go. Thanks for having me on.
You think that Destiny's posture is aggressive enough that that's why they don't feel like they have to take it down? Is because he's like arguing with them a lot?
I think it.
Oh, no!
What we talk about, because I don't know what Sneeko got banned for specifically. I didn't see what was flagged. I don't watch all of his streams to know necessarily. But with Destiny, I would say that it's because we never really talked about COVID. I think that's probably a part of it. Because with YouTube, there's specific things that you're not allowed to talk about. Like you can't talk about election fraud. You can't talk about COVID, and those are two things I don't know that we've ever talked about. But yeah, I think it does have a lot to do with the fact that he pushes back. I think that insofar as you're answering it, insofar as you're like you said, aggressively combating it, then they don't consider that like advocacy.
Ja, ich liebe dem so immer.
YouTube gets to decide. Oh, this is your opinion. You don't get to have a YouTube. Oh, you disagree with that opinion. Okay, then you're fine. Like if censorship is reaching into that, it's one thing to say you can't say it. It'd almost be better if that's how it was. Right. You can't say this thing. But they're like adjudicating, well, this guy doesn't believe this, so he gets to have an account. And that's kind of weird. That's a little bit, I think that's invasive.
It is such a weird feeling to be having a conversation with somebody, and normally the only stuff that I'm thinking of in terms of stuff we can't show on camera is like boobs and maybe like somebody doing drugs or something. Like there's not that many things we really have to avoid having on camera. So it's weird to be having a conversation where I'm like, this idea that he's saying right here is potentially enough to get this video removed. Very like strange feeling I've never really had before.
Yo, listen, Nick, can we talk about our good friend Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, how you feel about him?
Wait, so first off, did you guys have a debate at some point or a conversation on air?
No, we've never talked.
Wait, so I think he said during like my interview, and he was spanking one of like your friends or somebody associated with you, and then like they got to trolling. Yeah, so like, what's your like, your opinion on our good friend Tariq?
Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan. I just think that I mean, to me, he comes across as sort of disingenuous. Like as an example, he said that I was begging to do a debate with him on your show. I've never talked to Tariq. My people have never talked to Tariq. My team. I mean, he's debated people I know, but so I mean, he just straight up lied. He's like, "Oh yeah, that white supremacist. He's been begging to debate me." It's like that's not even true. You know, that's just a bald-faced lie. And he also said that that I'm like a troll and like I conceal my real views and I'm just not a serious guy. Like that's not true either. And I feel like he makes a lot of these broad assertions like that, just sort of flippantly. So I think he's a little bit disingenuous, but he's funny.
You do give me like super villain vibes. Right now.
Why do I give you?
Jo, dieser Spell, ich liebe ihn, wie er immer
You can see him having a Joker arc.
It's the background.
I like the Joker, yeah.
It's the background.
Right? It's kind of like the background. Yo, so here.
Oh, we lost Sneeko.
He told you.
Yeah, he left.
Oh, he said he was leaving.
Yeah,
Oh, my bad. I got distracted by TikTok.
Nah, yo, Nick. So like, what's your take on I guess black folks receiving reparations?
Yeah, kids. Last second.
Because I think that you know, I'll grant that the Institute, first of all, I'll say, in case you guys don't like, you know, if this needs to be said, I'm against slavery, okay? I'm against the chattel slavery of black people. Obviously, it goes without saying. But just in case, because you guys are, you know, at least Adam's saying I'm a Nazi or white supremacist, I'm against that.
Well, AD probably feels reassured to know that.
Yeah, okay, good. I just want to let you know explicitly. I think that there's a lot of historic injustices and wrongdoings, and you could say that slavery was bigger, like more particular, but it's just like, who's going to pay for it? Are you going to track down the slave owners' descendants and take the money from them and give it to the descendants of the slaves? And how do you calculate that? You know, it's horrible. It's a horrible wrongdoing, which, you know, is obviously set blacks back. It's a big disadvantage that they were enslaved, of course. But where does that start and where does that end? I mean, do you go to Africa and do you hold the people that sold them into slavery accountable? I just feel like that's it's just impractical.
Here, so like, if your argument is impractical, I don't understand how it's gonna work, or are you against it if they can figure it out?
I'm also against it in principle because the people that they would be robbing, the people they'd be stealing from, pay for that. But at some point, it involves the government is going to take money from some people and give it to other people, and that's like the sins of the father type stuff. It's like we're going to take your money because of what your ancestors did, and we're going to give it to somebody else because of what their ancestors suffered. So in principle, I'm opposed to it.
Ach, come on, sie hat Flash auf.
I'm not an FBA, so I'm not getting any points. Like, do you want to respond back or no?
Wait, so you think AD would be a recipient and you wouldn't be?
Yeah, right. I definitely would be a recipient.
Yeah, I wouldn't since I'm not.
I mean, our people was brought to this country, you know what I'm saying, like forcefully at the end of the day. So, I mean, I do feel, like you said, there's a lot of injustice in the world. There's a lot of situations that we could bring up, but yeah, like we've been pushed back, like you said. We're still like trying to recover. We're still getting our, you know, we still ain't got our just due when it comes down to that. And I do feel like my people should get our reparations.
And that's probably the thing that people really want to know about how Nick really thinks is when you say, "Oh, black people are always fighting on airplanes or whatever." Do you think that black people are fighting on airplanes because of systematic racism that set them back in terms of poverty and everything? Or do you think that that's the truth because there's something in the soul of a black person that just makes them violent, which I think a lot of people would find that to be the offensive explanation. And most people would assume you to have that opinion, right?
Well, I wouldn't say it's your soul, but when we're talking about behavior, the question is you've got these behaviors, criminality, and if you want to say pugilism, fighting is a behavior. And so the question would be, if black people are behaving in a different way than white people generally, you know, why is that? What would you attribute that to? And the explanation for all of it, all the disparities between blacks and white people, liberals say, is injustice. It's racism, it's bigotry, because they assume that white people and black people in a vacuum are going to behave exactly the same, perform exactly the same, have the same capacity and faculties and so on. And so if they wind up in a different place, well, something had to happen in the middle, which was discrimination, racism. They were brought up the wrong way, educated the wrong way. And I would say that it's wrong to assume that behavior is not genetic. Behavior, as we know, is genetic. Sociopathy, antisocial behavior, there is a strong heritability for those kinds of things. And so there's a lot of different hypotheses about, you know, what gene is it necessarily or whatever, but we do know that antisocial behavior is genetic. Can it also be environmental? Certainly. But we also know that people have a temperament. Some people, it's just not in their temperament to fight. Would you say that's because they were taught that? We all know, because if you know children, some children like to fight, some children don't. Is it because they were taught that? Sometimes it's brothers and sisters by the same parents in the same school, have a different nature. And you know, we could say nature is said another way, they have a different genetic makeup. And so I would say that, yeah, I think that why do blacks commit 60%? It's 2021, it was actually 60%, not 50. Why do they commit 60% of the violent crime? I think because there is a genetic basis for their behavior. And, you know, Africans lived in Africa for thousands and thousands of years without a lot of mixing with people on other continents. The idea that we would all behave and think and be exactly the same as groups, to me, is somewhat ridiculous. So, yeah, I think that, you know, there's a cultural aspect, sure, but I also think there's a genetic aspect too.
Nick,
it's not their soul, it's genetics.
Nick, I can grow up where you grew up, and I'll probably be just like you. You know what I mean? I'll be a whole totally different person. And you know, a lot of these, a lot of black people, and you say that commit all the crimes, that do all the stuff like that, like. There's liquor stores on every corner where we come from. You know what I mean? There's guns being, you know, conspiracy, they're being smuggled in. There ain't even really no conspiracy and stuff. It's easier for me to get a gun illegally than it is to be legally.
User joined your channel.
And there's a lot of you know, it's a lot. The school systems are
Oh nee, Alter, komm.
Ich
geh
wieder.
Danke, ciao.
Wieso hast du
abgelehnt, Philipp? Bei was denn?
Beim Aaron.
Aaron stinkt so hart nach Fisch, das ist einfach... Ihr könnt schon einladen, wenn ihr das unbedingt spielen wollt, diese Dreckshunde-Scheiße, du.
Das ist zu spät, dass Philipp mit angenommen hat.
Nee, der war bei mir in der Lobby.
Something like Section 8, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Watch mal.
Nee,
you can't have a man in the
so
household.
so dringendes Verlangen habe ich jetzt nicht nach Rara.
A lot of these kids are growing up.
Ihn scheißt schon, wir haben ihn scheißt
father figures in their system. I mean, in the neighborhoods and stuff like that. And there's a lot of situations, bro, that we can sit there and break down to why a lot of crime happens, why things are happening the same way.
Yeah, and like I said, I think you can explain it. You know, there are cultural and environmental explanations for it, but notice that liberals say it's just that. They refuse to even entertain the idea that there's a genetic basis for any of this, that it's racial, you know, that's sort of cooked in. I'm not saying that it's all the way genetic. I'm saying that, you know, because you're right. I mean, those things are, everything you just said is true about Section 8, about you know, the incentive structure by these government programs, about food deserts. That's all true. You know, but at the
Crazy,
same
dass du bei
time,
mir immer
you
noch in
also
der
look at
Lobby als
behavior,
Master
and
angezeigt
behavior
wurdest.
is genetic.
Wieso steht bei
And
dir
IQ is
eigentlich
another thing where Destiny,
Chipperbuch?
and I use him as an example because he's a
Das ist nicht,
liberal
wenn
and
ich
he's sort
Titel
of on the
irgendwo
other
mal
side.
ausgewählt habe.
Was soll der
He
aussagen?
didn't say
Weiß
this
ich
on your
nicht.
show because Adam, you
Du
asked
hast
him,
den
you
Titel
said,
machen, das
you know,
kann was
what do you make
Rassistisches
of the
sein.
race and IQ thing? Do you think
Jetzt besser.
that there's a disparity in IQ? And he skipped over that and said, well,
Jawohl,
here's
ja.
why there is.
Passt doch
He
besser
never
zu dir.
said there is, but he believes it all
Wusste
the
ich
same.
doch,
He
wusste ich
believes
doch.
there's a disparity in IQ. IQ is heritable, and
Mit
IQ
dem
is also
True
something
Damage
that's a
Yasuo's
predictor. It's
wollen.
the best predictor of future success. If you look at people
Alter, das
and you
passt doch
take a
zu mir.
cross section of a lot of different people, and you look at where they wind up, the best predictor of their success is IQ,
Top.
as opposed to environmental things, other factors.
Das
That's
Witzige ist,
not a
Johannes
perfect
ist immer noch in der
one-to-one, but it's
Lobby.
the best
Ist auch
one.
Lobby-Leader
And
noch, ne?
IQ is a
Nee, bei mir
genetically
nicht.
heritable
Dann
trait.
bist nur du da.
And so he would say, well, your IQ is formed by your environment. Your behavior is formed by your environment.
Aber jetzt bei dir
Everything's formed by your
Lobby-Leader?
environment.
Ich
What we're
kann
finding
auch
out
machen.
with modern science is that so much is genetic. And I don't
Alter,
like
ich
that.
hab
It's
heute
uncomfortable.
2
It's
Shakes
sad. It's
getrunken, weil
tragic.
ich keine
It's
Zeit hatte zum
inequality.
Mittagessen.
But it is real. And if you want to understand
Eine 14.
how to help people and how to make things better, You're not doing it
Mir
people
wird's
any
echt selber
favors by
schlecht von dem
saying,
Geruch.
well, they just are a victim of circumstance
Lecker,
or
lecker,
something like
lecker. Das
this.
ist gut vorstellen, Philipp.
So, because I agree with
Nee.
you, those things are all adverse, obviously, but nobody will figure out
Phil,
the
was
case
ist,
that
ich hab doch neulich gesagt, ich will
maybe we're
wieder ein
not all
chilliges
starting
Game
from the
haben.
same place to begin with, which I
Plague's
a lot of
Tale
evidence
ist der zweite
So
Teil
you're saying
jetzt draußen.
genetically black people are
Ja,
more
hast du das
angrier,
gespielt?
Hey.
you know, we have a gene in us
Ganz
to
cool.
Background, genau.
with your logic, correct?
Well, it's that they're more antisocial and a higher incidence of sociopathy, and on average lower IQ.
Bock aufs Drama.
You look at the societies that Africans form
Ja, viel
elsewhere. I think it
ADCs,
bears this
oder?
out. You know, people look at Africa. Africa's a total disaster. It's a total dump. Sub-Saharan Africa.
How are you gonna say
And-
that? We have most of the vast resources from Africa.
It was also
That's been
colonized
taken-
by everybody
yeah,
in Europe
they've been taking
and shit.
Well, yeah,
everything
that's-
from that.
That's where I'm going with that.
Okay.
So, you know, people look at the state of Africa today, which is just and they say, well, that's because of colonialism. Well, when the colonialism didn't begin until in the interior of Africa until the late 19th century. It wasn't until the late 19th century
Alter, eigentlich
there's this
haben
big
wir bloß die
scramble
Dinge
to
gepickt.
colonize Africa. And when we arrived there, they didn't have written language.
Was habe ich
They
gepickt?
didn't have
Was
two-story
habe ich
buildings.
gepickt?
They didn't have complex societies. Like there's no real good record
Scheiße,
of
ich hab die
African
Runen
history
nicht
other than
gemacht.
what the Muslims or the Christians wrote in northern Africa around
Kein
the sort of
Blitz.
west coast, because they didn't have writing. And I don't say that to be ignorant. I don't say that to be funny. I'm not saying that to be a jackass. I'm saying that to mean, you know, this is the state of development of that continent,
Du,
of
das
that
Soap ging
people.
doch durch.
And so in a sense, it's almost cruel
gut.
then that you bring these people over into Europe, you bring Africans into Europe or in America, and then they're underperforming, and it turns into, oh, well, you know, it's the government, it's the programs, it's this or that. It's like, well, the level of development wasn't very high to begin with. And I say that with compassion. I don't say that to be condescending. I say that with compassion. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it was. And you know, you can't blame the government for the fact they didn't develop written language in thousands of years. You know.
I wish I had a better counter argument to that. I'm sure there is one, but I'm not really.
He's not wrong though.
I'm not really sure how to debate that. You love to just latch on to whatever he says.
No, listen
yeah,
though.
Flacco doesn't
I'm
like
actually
black
African. Listen, I'm actually
people.
African.
Flacco
though.
doesn't like black people.
Right? Like I'm actually African, and he's not wrong.
Do you think there's something like inherently fucked up about?
Bin richtige Seite gelaufen, Wahnsinn.
No.
Maybe fucked up isn't the word to use there, but
No. Right. Again, if you like take people who are, let's say, in uncivilized, and bring them here and put, let's say, like an IQ test in front of them, you know, like they'll probably do poorly on it, right? So, right, again, you know, just by default, currently, you know, you are.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, das war irgendwie klar, dass Philipp und Sven der Typ offen ist.
Again, like acknowledging those truths, like don't mean it's like you know, it's currently hatred, right? You know, and like he's telling the truth, right? And
You gotta be kidding me.
like who's
Warum ist
African,
eigentlich jedem Aram eine Akali?
even like the fact that he has such an interest in it is obviously part of his overall platform, being that white people are essentially superior to black people, right?
Do you feel white people are superior to black people?
Still no. Still no. I don't believe that because
I
I
try to
think
get on
that. Well, and I use this as an example. You know, like Kanye is my hero, and he was my hero before he put on the MAGA hat, before he started talking about the media and everything.
What's your
I
favorite
think
album?
The God stuff.
My
got you
favorite
at
album's
first?
Life of Pablo.
All right, well, favorite song of Life of Pablo.
30 Hours or Father Stretch My Hand.
Let me get a verse right now.
That is a
Nick.
good album.
Let me get a verse. I give you all the verses. I can name 200 Kanye songs. I know all his albums. I know all the words to it. I have Yeezy in my closet. I have a lot of it 'cause it's expensive, but I'm a fan, and I consider him one of the greatest geniuses alive right now. If he told me to go work for him, I would say yes, sir, Mr. West. You know, like I would go. You know, how
Definitely
could you?
seems possible. I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Absolutely, yeah. At this point,
He's 24 though, right? Like I feel
Yeah,
like
he's a
you're right, but like folks kind of forget like he grew up in Oakland.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I grew up on him, and the thing is, you know, it's got nothing to do with interpersonal relationships. I get along with black people, with people of other races. I have a lot of friends like that. You know, because what people always say is if you talk this way, that means that you hate other people, and you hate other people because they're different, they look different, they are different. And I hope, you know, maybe you guys don't believe me, but I hope it's coming across that that's not the basis of my worldview. It never has been. Like I said, I lived my entire life not really believing any of this or understanding any of this, and then I just read books and I looked at some things and I did some thinking on it, and I realized that this is why the world is the way it is. It's largely it's because genetics are very real. That's part of it, and that racial identity is salient, meaning it's important to people. It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't mean I treat people differently. It doesn't mean I look down on people or anything like that. I have love for people, but it's just we want to make sense of the world and inequality. Globalization is forcing lots of different kinds of people to live together, and we're having to come face to face with human inequality of all kinds. You go on TikTok, and this is one example. You'll scroll through TikTok, and one guy will be famous on TikTok, a guy or a girl, because they're just beautiful. You have like a hot girl, or you have a Chad guy, and then you'll scroll up and you'll see someone famous on TikTok because they're like deformed. Because they're literally like they've got some issue, or you'll see someone with roaches on their walls. And it's like communications, technology, all these things is forcing us to come face to face with severe, objective, immovable human inequality. And it's very uncomfortable and disturbing for people because we like to believe that we like to ignore that. We have this sort of self-help culture where it's like, you can be whatever you want, you can overcome anything. And we're being confronted with the fact that that's not true. Some things are just predisposed because of genetics. Some people have a longer lifespan or shorter. Some people be tall or short physically. Die young or die old due to genetic disease factors. Some people be successful or unsuccessful because of their IQ. And this is true between individuals and groups. And it's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. And ignoring it is not helping anybody. It may make people feel better for a moment, but it's obviously not working.
That's definitely true. Now, listen, right? Can we move on to some more lighthearted stuff? Yo, is Nick Fontes dating somebody right now?
No, I'm not.
Yo, who's your celebrity?
David Stallion.
Who?
Megan.
Megan Thee Stallion. No, not really. I will say though, I say this on my show usually to disarm people. I'm not just into. I want to marry a white girl, but I'm not just into white girls. That's sort of like my sacrifices. My dream girl's actually Asian. She's a conservative. She's in the conservative movement. I don't want to name her because then she's going to get in trouble. But that's my dream girl. But it can never be because she's not white.
Wow.
And I told her that. I told her that. What's that?
That's real commitment right there.
A true love story.
That's right. Yeah, Romeo and Juliet.
But so, who do you like Lawrence Southern or Tommy Loren?
I think
Come on.
Lauren Southern's hotter.
Dauert nicht für alle Ewigkeit.
What she got?
Immer.
Is Tommy falling off?
Oh yeah, I haven't even heard of it.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Well, she got fired because she.
Are you shitting me?
She was working for Glenn Beck. She got fired because you can't really do that.
Right.
So.
And you want abortion and condoms to be ruled illegal by the Supreme Court, right?
Well, right now the Supreme Court says the state can't make it illegal, and I want them to repeal that. I think states should be able to make it illegal.
And then you'd like to live in a state where it is illegal?
Where it is illegal, yes.
To purchase condoms?
Yes.
So you don't think more out of wedlock babies would be bad for society?
Well, I think that that's one way to see it. The other way to see it is that the existence of condoms creates moral hazard. I think you may have more out of wedlock births with condoms because it's this idea of like a false sense of security. If you have condoms, then it's basically there's no penalty and there's no consequence for having sex out of wedlock, so people do it. And then if the condom fails or if it doesn't work or whatever, maybe they wouldn't have had sex otherwise.
We got to introduce him to NBA YoungBoy. He's like 10 days, 22.
23 now.
You would love him.
Yeah, maybe.
AD had a baby at 18, and if condoms weren't around, he probably would have had.
Also, das hat mich durchgefallen. Verarschen.
Probably 17.
Das ist mich verarschen.
In a hood here.
All right. Anything else?
No, man. Listen, Nick, I thank you for coming.
Yeah, it was good to have a conversation. Finally, actually break bread. You know, a lot of people didn't want us to have this conversation,
Nee.
but we're about
Kommt ein
bridges
Package.
here. So it was interesting to get to hear your platform. And I look forward to hearing how people shit on my responses.
Yeah, thanks.
And I'm still working on getting Tariq. I asked him, and he said,
Abgegeben, so ein letztes von
hell
mir.
no.
Oh, really? Okay.
And he says
That's
giving him
that
the platform
Probleme.
for him to troll. Again, and he says that he would destroy you easily, but even giving him that like sit down is what he wants because he's going to. He says Nick is going to embarrass himself, but that's what Nick wants, to troll and embarrass himself.
Sounds like a cult. But,
You don't feel
that's
like you're
all right.
trolling at any point in this? I mean, I felt like we got a pretty straight up portrait of who you are.
Yeah, I wasn't trolling. I mean, people say I'm a troll. I make jokes, you know, and I think people can tell when I make jokes and but people can also discern my real views. So I wasn't trolling. I mean, I didn't say anything disingenuous in this interview, if that's what you mean.
Right.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you having me on. It was great talking to all you guys and meeting everybody, and maybe we should get a debate together.
For sure, yeah.
Yo, listen, if Tariq wants to do it, would you do it with Rizza Islam?
Oh, Lord.
I would
Yeah.
love to see that.
Anybody, I do it with anybody.
Oh, I'd love to see them talk.
Rizza would definitely do it.
I feel like you guys agree on
Come on, schon wieder.
99% of shit I feel like you guys would agree on.
Well, you're saying Reza Aslan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know that guy. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you definitely agree on COVID. Definitely agree on social media.
Oh, Jewish people?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah,
It actually would be unbelievable how much. It's hard to, like, I saw that too when they never released the full thing, but at one point Nick
Hat er seine W immer?
Cannon went and did
Also,
an interview with Richard
der
Spencer.
Zero
They
Cool
never
noch der
released
W.
it, but they put out like a little clip of it, and they seem like they're getting along pretty well. And I was thinking, like, yeah, I could totally imagine them agreeing on a lot of shit.
Lohnt sich das bei dir noch zu verkaufen und
we're
von AP zu
natural
gehen, Philipp?
conservatives, though, right? Like, as black folks, we are heavy, the
Kein
Bible,
AP
heavy
Damage
on
unser Problem da.
right? We're just heavy on, like we're just conservative by nature, So, well, we've been brainwashed into thinking that, there's conservatives who hate black folks, they're racist, et cetera, right? So we've been driven into the arms of, the white devil.
Well, people who hate black people are pretty much 100% Republicans, right?
Hell no.
Well,
Bro,
it's like a pretty safe home for people who have negative feelings for black people.
I feel
if you're on the left, you're very, very much discouraged from saying anything negative about black people.
Yeah, but when they go home, oh man, when they tell their families, oh man, how I just saved the Negro today.
See, he's convinced that I drive home screaming the N-word every night.
I don't think you're a liberal though.
I'll beat your ass.
I am a liberal.
No, you're not. You.
I took a political quiz the other day, and it said establishment liberal.
Really? Wow, like that's shocking.
That sounds gross too.
I'm not surprised by that.
It's those Clinton ties, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dass du den Spell auch nicht interrupten kannst,
Thank you for your
schon
time.
oder?
Appreciate you.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
Take care, man.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Dieser Champion. Das schlechteste Lee alle unsere Kills hat, glaube ich. Ach, come on, ja, ist okay. Ich darf mich nicht mehr bewegen, oder was? Bei mir läuft dann Zed immer noch rum. Weil er auch buggt.
Nee.
Jetzt ist er weg. Ist okay.
Ja, nimm mal Tower Akku.
Alter, kein Damage an dem Ding und die. Noch Zero Damage an dem. Okay. AKD, richtiger Profi.
Aram sind einfach nicht, ich sag's euch.
Richtig.
N-word rant the whole, and then she went to black vagina, and she
It's kind of-
she cut.
there's
she cut
this
the
weird-
black woman out and said black vagina. You are black vagina, and the only people who fuck black vaginas are N-words, and she said the actual N-words.
Yeah.
Like,
There's like a weird phenomenon where it's funny because like there's like this whole set of weird rules around like the N-word and how it works and how it can't work or whatever. But like I'm pretty sure everybody can. It's funny because they'll be like, well, what are the arguments of saying? Well, the black community wants to take it back, and if you've got the history of repression, it's okay. People will use that argument, but the reality is in society, like basically everybody can say the N-word. I think except for white men. Everybody else basically has the green light to say it, which doesn't really make sense. But it reminds me of that. Have you seen all like the Homelander memes and shit on Twitter? Do you know anything about like The Boys? Have you ever watched that shit? Fuck, you haven't seen the show. But fuck, it's the perfect meme where Homelander is smiling to the crowd and like the meme is like the first Mexican that said the N-word and nobody cared because like nobody does whatever. Yeah, there's like all of the dynamics around.
Was bist denn du für
All of the
einer?
dynamics around that I think are really funny and interesting.
Hast so schlecht geschlafen, ultra müde.
So ging's mir die letzten 2 Tage, ey.
don't lose their shit if a white
Dann
person.
leg dich schön ins Bettchen, mach dir einen Tee, Matze.
So many videos on
Oh, kein Tee, aber ich liege ins Bettchen.
on Twitter where white people, I guess they just
Hold on, I just want to clarify for my audience. Your mileage may vary with this one. Be careful out there, guys. But go ahead.
Disconnected from your channel.
I think that if a white person randomly drops an N-word in front of a black guy on the street, I think people will either look at you or try to fight. I think it's still at that point. That might just be my take on it.
Don't do this. This is anecdotal based upon all the videos we have seen, including the video we just saw with the Asian woman. It's just that, I'm not. Thank you for saying that. I'm like, no, I'm not saying you guys go out there and do that. You know what I'm saying? But like when I actually witnessed this many years ago, where this guy, we was in the post office, and I guess he was so frustrated with the woman who's helping him, who happened to be black, and he just fucking lost it and just started.
Okay, guys, so I got an update for everybody who's been interested in what's going on with the Patreon. First things first, when we started the Patreon, the idea was that we were going to keep everything sort of clean cut, like we'd have some boobs coming out and stuff like that, but we didn't really plan on having things get as crazy as it got. So as a result, we had to start up a No Jumper OnlyFans as well. So we now have the No Jumper Patreon, the No Jumper OnlyFans. What's the difference? Well, the Patreon has a bunch of different bonuses, like the fact that you can see different podcasts before they come out. Also, if you pay for 3 months of the $25 tier, you can get merch, where we have a lot of people actually getting this new exclusive merch in. And there's other stuff too in terms of listening to the podcast audio version without ads and stuff like that. But we do have multiple episodes, such as C-Mac eating rice off of that girl's ass, and this new one where we have Morgan Lee actually reacting to her getting gangbanged. All this stuff was a little bit too explicit, so we're gonna be putting that stuff on the OnlyFans, and as a result, now we're raising the floor up. It used to be $5 to get in on the ground floor for the Patreon. We've moved it on up to 10, so it's even. The Patreon and the OnlyFans are both 10, but if you're already paying $5 on the Patreon, all you have to do is stay subscribed, and it will not go up to $10. You're grandfathered in at the $5 rate. You don't have to pay $25 to get that bonus uncensored episode, because we were having a really hard time thinking of stuff that would be more uncensored than the stuff we were already doing. So we have the OnlyFans, we have the Patreon. The only difference is that the OnlyFans is gonna have the fully uncensored content, all the stuff that we weren't able to put on the Patreon. Obviously, we didn't think that was right, that we were charging people and not giving them the stuff that they wanted to see. So now we just have two options, the Patreon and the OnlyFans, and there's a lot of different benefits for each. If you're just into the horny stuff, you could just get the OnlyFans. If you want to get the regular podcast episodes early, or if you just want to support us, or if you want to get the exclusive merch or anything like that, you can get the Patreon. Anyway, it's a work in progress. We've been working really hard to make this stuff as good as possible, and we do have a ton of banger episodes coming soon.
So. Oh, ich gehe auch ins Bett. Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Disconnected.